Hey, remember me? Yeah, I'm talking to my fucking self. That's amazing. Anyway, let me start over. A giant metal box. Yeah, I was muted. I didn't realize I was muted. I had to reinstall all of OBS last week. I had to clean OBS manually, like line by line. Yeah, you talk to yourself often. I talk to myself, or a lot of times I talk to my cats. Anyway, like I had started saying, do you remember if you're older, if you're like in your 40s or if you're in your 50s, life has come a long way in just one generation. And I know like people are going to say, well, we've had more than one generation, and we really haven't. We've had one, well, I guess in some cases my kids are having kids, so we're on 2 generations now. But because we do this whole generational thing, and now they're only 15 years, and I get why. Study of sociology, I understand why we've shrunk generations to 15 to 18 to 20 years. Is my hair whiter? My hair is whiter, yes. I'm old. My hair is graying. It happens. I'm closer to 50 than I am to 40. So yeah, I have the salt and pepper on the sides. I got all the grays on the top. I name after my kids, the ones that make them go that way. I heard a streamer finally say you were right from the beginning. Oh, how it comes around. All right, I'll bite on that one for just a second. I don't want to turn the whole show into Ashes of Creation, but I'll bite on that one for a moment. The people that hate me are the reason why negative connotations got added, and some of the shit is mine. Like, I'm not a polite person. I don't have to be polite. I don't have to live on this money. In fact, I've seriously put thought into how much longer I'm going to stream or content create, because I'm in pain all the time. My hands hurt all the time. My feet hurt all the time due to the neuropathy. I don't really know how much longer I'm going to do this. And then I see my PGN music stats around the holidays blow up and go through the roof, and that makes me really happy that I'm able to help people experience the holidays. And so maybe I'll stick around for like one more year doing content, and I'll take this year's money and I'll commission some more Christmas music, because throughout the year we get about 3,000 plays a day, and then come Christmas we do about 11,000 plays a day, and it'll grow until Christmas. You called out the recent fishing mechanics on stream and got banned by the mods. I mean, who fish and can't reel the fish in? It's ridiculous. Well, and let me talk about society at large, and then we'll focus on Ashes of Creation as the target study. I see a lot of people leaving positive reviews for Ashes of Creation, and then they're leaving a positive review, but then it says product refunded. In all honesty, I believe Steam's rating system is bad, because if you left a positive review and you refunded it, your review should be removed. And I say that because how can your review of a product be positive if you then refunded it? If the product is positive, why did you refund it? Now, the inverse to that isn't true. If you leave a negative review and you refunded your product, your review shouldn't come down, because you obviously didn't like it so much, you got your money back. Now, Ashes of Creation is in that boat where there are a lot of people, but I won't say a lot. Yeah, the product is so good, I want my money back. Exactly. I won't say a lot of people. I will say there is a handful of people, just because that way I can back up. There is a handful of people leaving reviews in such a way that they're being disingenuous, both positive and negative. But there are an awful lot of people whose review is, I now can't get a refund because I spent more than 2 hours in queue. I can't get a refund because I didn't realize how long had been taken up trying to get my account linked. Now, where the real detractor comes in for Intrepid Studios is their White Knights. And I've now been saying this for 3 years. If you are hiding behind your White Knights and letting them field all of the hard questions for you, I don't care what your product is. It could be the Disney Avengers movies. It could be the Disney Star Wars movies. It could be the DC universe. It could be Warner Brothers being sold to Netflix. Whatever the situation is, you need the bad and the good. You need that bad feedback to be coming to you, the negative feedback. Steven, I interviewed Steven on 3 separate occasions, and one of the times I interviewed him, I talked about bad feedback, and I said feedback that this is bad, period, is bad feedback. And that's my background in CPI. The feedback of this is bad is useless. Because this is bad means what? Can I not reel in the fish? Can I not pair my account? Can I not get in? Are the queues too long? Am I unable to run it on my 1060? Whatever the problem is, this is bad, period. Take that feedback and chuck it. Chuck it in the bucket. I can't do anything with this is bad. Equally weighted, this is good is all right feedback, but I use this is good and I put it over in a pile of, well, I don't know what's making them happy, but at least they're happy, right? If the biggest and this is where you need you need somebody who can tell the boss no. For example, Intrepid's plan, they planned on having 50,000 testers concurrent. Steven said this fact to be true. But you had 6 servers. And over the weekend, you added one. Well, then, if your plan was that you were going to have 50,000 concurrent testers, 6 servers should have been able to absorb 50,000 testers. It's not like the issue you experienced was that you had 6 servers and one got completely full and went on queue. And people were deliberately trying to go to that because that was the infamous server 1. And these 2 servers were vacant with no queue. All these servers were on queue, and you had to add another one for the overflow. I'll also remind people that for all of the promises that Intrepid Studios made, they said there would be an Oceanic server. If you go all the way back to Kickstarter, about 2,500 people or more who backed Ashes of Creation were down in Oceania. And they were told, you will have a server in alpha. Well, if you're now including people from beta, then this is early access, whatever it is, but well beyond the point that you should have had a server for Oceania. I don't want to lose those people in the shuffle. If you've gone from Alpha 1 to Alpha 2, if you've gone from Alpha 2, Phase 1, Phase 2, Phase 3, you've now invited the beta players, you've now gone on Steam. I don't care which way you slice the kiwi, you need to have an Oceania server. Can you explain the phenomenon where people think something is good when it's actually bad? Like, I bought and played through Ashes and it doesn't have much going for it, but people are praising it for some reason and they have no real explanation as to why it's good. There is no way to really explain the phenomenon you're talking about, because if you like it, you like what you like. You might not be able to articulate why you like what you like, but you say, I like this. Well, that's okay. That's a piece of positive feedback. But if you don't tell me why you like it, it becomes a big issue. No, it's not that standards. Well, it is that standards are low. It's also because blind faith in a company, hype in a company, can justify you defending that company's positions, whether or not the decision is good or not. Like, there are diehard Disney fans that defend every decision Disney makes. Now, if you know me, I'm not a diehard Disney fan. I'm not a Disney adult. I don't consider myself a Disney adult. I just consider myself a Disney dad. My kids like Disney. I'm going to Disney like 5 times next year because they gave us annual passes. The thing is, I'll say I like this because. I don't like this because. Like, I changed my French toast recipe. My wife really, really likes it. My kid doesn't care one way or the other. It's still my French toast, except now I make it with Hawaiian rolls instead of regular bread. I make them and I toss them in sugar instead of just sprinkling sugar. So they like them. But if my kid came back to me and said, I don't like this because it's too much cinnamon, now I know what to change. If my kid says, I don't know what it is about this, I don't like this, but I do like that, that's something I could do about it. I think they have hope that it will be good, not how great as it is. They haven't yet had their hopes crushed like the rest of us. Well, that does become a big problem for a lot of products. As you saw somebody talking about trying to give feedback. I got banned on their stream. I just call it the obvious jarring thing from the fish mechanic, the fish being unable to be reeled in, and White Knights started ganging up on me and throwing insults, but somehow I'm the one that needed to be banned. Right, when you cultivate a shitty community, their community doesn't understand, and fans don't understand. As long as Intrepid is hanging on to mixed results on Steam. Let me just go over to their Steam page real quick. Oh no, I didn't install... Tragedy. I didn't install Scarab. I need to reinstall Scarab. I can't install that while I'm live. I can't do that at the moment. What I can do though is this, and then we'll get into real world news. See, as long as Intrepid Studios has this, they have mixed reviews. 44% of the 2,600 reviews are positive. Then Intrepid will think that the 44% that are positive is just their target audience, and the 56 that are negative are the mantra of our game won't be for everyone, and that's okay. The problem is, and I'm sorry if this is offensive to Margaret Crone or Roshan or Vacnar or Cody or any of the other people that work in the communications department, but it is clear and obvious that they don't understand data and feedback and giving the boss the information that he needs. 44% of here's your total tester pool. And 44% being positive and 56% being negative doesn't mean the boss gets it into his head that that's okay, that our game's not for everyone, and we just focus on 44% of the gamer pool, because that's not 44% of the gamer pool. That's 44% that's left over of the first cut, because this is the entirety of video game players. This is the entirety of MMORPG players. This is the entirety of people who backed Ashes and 44% of this is positive. 44% of a segmented cut of a segmented cut of a segmented cut is not a lot of people. In fact, those numbers right now are 21,000 people. Now, there's gonna be White Knight fanboys over at their community. They have decent numbers for now. No, they don't have decent numbers for now. Let's take their number and we'll do the standard matrix for it. Their all-time peak was 31,882. And we're only going to double this number instead of tripling it because they have EU servers and NA servers. Normally, I would triple this number to represent the three time zones worldwide, but because they have specific NA servers and specific EU servers, I'm only going to double this number. I'm going to just split the world into two time zones. Well, actually, let's just do the triple. That way we don't have to quibble. 31,882 times 3. 95,646 times 15. If this was your playing population, this would be your monthly income. That would be your monthly income. 95,646 players times $15 a month. Intrepid Studios can't operate on $1.4 million a month. We take that number by 12. This number is 17,216,280. Intrepid Studios can't operate on 17 million a year. People are like, "Oh, you could run a game studio for 17 million a year," but they're not getting 17 million. 30% of the first 10 million and 25% of the other 7 million off the top goes to Steam. That's about $5 million. Epic takes 5% off of after the first million. You're going to be paying referrals. You're going to be paying for servers. You're going to be paying for rent. You're going to be paying insurance. You're going to be paying people's health insurance. That 17 million after it gets cut for Steam and Epic and referral codes is going to be down to about 11 million maybe. Asmongold tried to play the game again when it launched on Steam, and he doesn't know what's left from right and ended up just wandering aimlessly. It shows how the game isn't new player friendly. I watched Asmongold's stream actually, and I don't think I think it's more realistic to say the game wasn't immediately friendly enough for him to play it, so he said he was just going to wander around and then get his feet under him off stream and then maybe stream it again. But one of the recurring things that I've seen is people saying there's no driving factor. There's no driving story. There's no there's nothing to hook you. The game gets really boring about level 11, and that is because yeah, we all know that they don't pay their taxes, insurance, or investors until they feel like it. You can make that statement because there are records that support all three of those statements. That is a true statement. But again, this all boils back down to feedback, and the drawback to people leaving overly positive comments when it's not good. If you leave overly positive comments, then people think they're on the right road. And it doesn't matter if it's a video game or a restaurant or whatever. If people are like the potato shop in town, I'll use that so I'm not dogging on Ashes on every example. These people opened up a potato shop in town, and it was really, really good. During the day, for lunch, the potatoes were amazing. At night, for dinner, the potatoes were crappy. And I tried to engage with the owner. I said to the owner, I said, just so you know, I will never get dinner from this place again. I will only get lunch. And the owner behind the counter is like, really, what's up? I said, when you and the other adult are here during the day, the potatoes get made right. At night, when it's the high school kids, they turn out like crap. The owner was like, oh, it's okay. They're kids and they're learning. I said, them learning. I've already told you as a customer, I'm never going to get a potato here at night. And nobody did. And then the place closed. They couldn't sell enough potatoes at lunchtime to stay open. And they couldn't sell any potatoes at dinner time because the product was bad. So all the people that, and I'm this way and off the computer as well. All these people started all these sad comments when the potato bar closed. All these people leaving bad comments or sad comments on the Facebook post. I said, well, if y'all are sad about it, how many of you told the manager about what the problems were? A bunch of people said, well, it's just the way business works. I supported them no matter what decisions they made. So great, you supported them into closing. Good job. The pizza place. We have a pizza place that was right next door to the potato bar. A story came out that they had rats and roaches in the kitchen. Now I'll tell you right now, you have rats and roaches in your kitchen, I ain't ever eating there again. I'm not gonna eat there. Why? Because you're dirty. I was gonna be profane, but I'll try to keep the profanity to a limit. You're dirty. You got a dirty back room. Don't tell me that the owner and the manager didn't know about hygiene and food service and food handling. You got a dirty back room. I'm not eating there. That's my feedback to you. My feedback to you is because you didn't, your first chance, your one chance to make a good first impression is that you had roaches and rats in your kitchen. I'm not eating there. I will never eat there. The Mexican joint in town, went there. There were ants on the wall. I hate ants. I won't eat there. Won't get takeout, no nothing. Well, what if they fix the problem? They'd have to tell me how they fixed the problem. They'd have to dig into it and say, we fixed the problem this way. Because that's gross. And that's my feedback. My feedback is you had the opportunity to start a business. When you started it, you went lazy man's route. Yeah, you're right. If something is an alpha, it should have at least parts of the... You need at least parts of everything. And that's why Intrepid is failing. Intrepid is failing because... They felt it's also been an alpha for 10 years. Well, yeah, it's been an alpha for 10 years. Then they come out and they say, oh, well, we might not have all the continents. We might not have the second continent. Well, I didn't even think about this. Isn't the node system in Ashes designed so that the nodes all push and play across each other no matter where they are, so the blockouts and the lockouts happen? Well, if you don't have all these other nodes, are you going to have 5 Metropolis on the starting continent? And then the node system affects overseas, so when you do get around to opening the other continent, is it going to be impacted by your existing continent? It is simply they didn't do a very satisfactory job of making sure to explain how they're going to implement another continent. I don't see the 18 biomes in a full continent yet, though. I mean, I guess you could call it. No, it's not it's not a full continent at all. Not at all. Not in the slightest. So, with that said, I don't really see, based on what Margaret said in the trailer, it really sounds like they ditched that system and nodes only have 3 stages now. Well, Steven just said in an interview, nodes have 5 stages. So I'll go with 5. I'll go with 5. I just see, honestly, what I see happening with Ashes of Creation, and this is my bet. My bet is they will early next year, they will pivot, and I think they'll sell. I think Steven will sell Ashes of Creation next year after this initial bow wave of just horrible feedback. I think Steven will sell off the company or the product next year and get out of making games. Simply because if they were expecting 50,000 concurrent on Steam and they only hit 31.8 when they have 150,000 people with keys, you can't even make a third of the players that have already bought your game happy. You've been enjoying the mob grinding, but that's about it for Ashes. And here's the thing. If you like mob grinding, then you like mob grinding, so Ashes is the game for you. I don't like mob grinding. I don't find anything enjoyable about mob grinding. I don't mind when mob grinding is masqueraded inside of questing, and I think the game Eternal Tombs does a really good job of that. And that goes to, you have things that you need to do, like theme parks do the same thing. Theme parks need to keep you engaged, not just in every line. Like Walt Disney World, they don't have the ability to have every person in a line for a ride and keep the lines low. But they have plenty of room for people to be in line for rides at the Hall of Presidents, at the Carousel of Progress, at the PhilharMagic Orchestra, sitting at restaurants, watching stage shows, so you spread the people out. You masquerade wait by having it look like other things. I kind of prefer mob grinding when it's done right, like old EQ. Feels like you're exploring adventuring more than being guided. Not sure I even want to try it on Steam now. Unfortunately, I mean this with all sincerity. I mean this for the health of the game. If people want to see Ashes of Creation actually launch, the White Knight community needs to turn on Steven. The community needs to turn on him. They need to turn on him and say, you know, and if they have to say, you know what, I hate Jalan, but Jalan was right. You've missed the mark. Like they can begrudgingly support me and just rally behind me because I want the game to be successful. Because if the game is successful, I get a paycheck. If I get a paycheck, I can... If I were to get the money that Intrepid owed me, I could double the amount of music on PGN Music. I could double the record label's holdings if I got the money they owed me. from the referral program, which I can't get unless they launch. But it and maybe because Steven's never been a parent, there's a lot of lessons in life you get from being a parent. My daughter did a bunch of different activities, and she was really bad at all of them. She was really bad at all of them. But she put her whole heart into it. But at the end of the day, putting your whole heart into something you're bad at doesn't make you better. Well, if you practice, no. If you practice, you won't necessarily get better. There is a bar that people have to get over in order to be, quote, good at something. Like, you practice all day, every day. You take the LeBron James approach to practice. Fine. But if you started at a -10 and after all that practice you get up to a 4, you're still behind the naturally gifted. Yeah, you're exactly. You won't be good. You'll just be less bad. And that's why I said to my kids, I support you doing this because you're my child. I support you doing this. But I don't support you. If you ask, I tell my kids, a really interesting parenting philosophy I raise my kids with. I'm 3 people to my kids. I'm 4 people. Dad is made up of 3 people. I'm your best friend, I'm your friend, and I'm your total stranger. Which one of me do you want to have a conversation with? Do you want the total stranger's opinion, your friend's opinion, your best friend's opinion, or the dad opinion? Or I could be your worst enemy if you need me to give you the absolute worst enemy opinion. Look, right now, Ashes of Creation is drowning. They are drowning. Empirically, there is not one way you can say Ashes of Creation is succeeding. They're making Steam sales. They sold a couple of thousand copies on Steam. Okay. They still only got to 31,008 concurrent. If you go to work for 8 hours a day, the mob grinding system in Ashes is just not viable. You fall so far behind. What guild wants a level 15 when everyone else is max level? Great feedback. Great feedback. They had big streamers playing it. The big streamers are talking like they're paid. To my knowledge, none of those big streamers were paid. To my knowledge. Those big streamers might be promoting it in a way that they leverage their referral code. But as you heard Asmongold say, he's like, I don't even have a referral code. But this is the dangerous part of giving blind positive feedback. Right. I can practice something with a bad technique and end up being bad at what I practiced. Yes. Yes, absolutely. So that's their genuine opinion. I won't say it's their genuine opinion. I will say it is their persona's genuine opinion. Every streamer, especially streamers that are monetized, there's going to be very few people that'll say to you what I say to you. Because I'm in a great spot. I don't need this money. The J you get on stream is the J you'll get if you run into me at Disney World or at Universal Studios or at SeaWorld. You're going to get the same person. Because I don't need this money. It's comforting to know I don't need to ask you for subs or bits or tips. The only time I ask for donations is Extra Life. Extra Life is the only time I try to reach into your pocket. Every streamer I've seen jump on this game has lost the excitement 3 days later. They all move back to their respective games. Yeah, because as I've said many times, streamers work like this. The top, in as much as people don't get this, even what kind of J do I get if I buy him an Arizona tea? Ooh, if you buy me an Arizona tea, I will help you with whatever problem you have. We can mentally work through whatever problem, psychological, sociological, philosophical, economic, whatever problems you have, we can work through them. An Arizona tea buys you like an hour of conversation. Every streamer is their own brand. And inside of that brand is games or reacts or shorts or clips or whatever they're known for. If you remember, Pirate Software is a really great example of how you can leverage short form media content to grow. He is a walking, talking example of that. I don't think that it's a healthy advertisement, though. It's not healthy for the viewers. Their opinions are shaped by their communities, so being negative probably nets them less views, sort of deal. Yes. So let me just give you an example inside of politics why being a political streamer is dangerous if you need to live on the money. Say I've got 50,000 viewers and I'm a political streamer and the Second Amendment comes up and I say I'm pro Second Amendment. I realistically could very quickly be down to 25,000 viewers because I could lose all of the gun control viewers because politics is very dichotomy. It's very black and white. So then we get down to immigration, and whatever opinion I have about immigration, now I'm down to 12,500 viewers. Now I know that doesn't always happen, but it could happen. It could happen that way. So you have somebody that is streaming, let's say Guild Wars 2. I don't know a particular streamer, so you have somebody playing Guild Wars 2 and they have about 15,000 viewers. And and they live as being a content creator. They live on that money. They pay the rent with it, they pay their kids' tuition, they buy groceries, whatever. So you know that X% will sub, Y% will gift, Z% will tip, A% will buy bits, and you have this matrix, this matricy of, if you stream with 15,000 viewers at the end of your show, and then you're going to have B ad revenue. And so at 15,000 people, you have subs, gifted subs, tips, bits, and ad revenue. And then you go to Ashes. Now, two things happen. You go to Ashes and you have 21,000 viewers, but they don't align with your matrix. Your income for the day is lower. You might make more in ads because you have 6,000 more viewers, but if they're not subbing and they're not tipping and they're not gifting, then your income is lower. You might also go over to Ashes and have less viewers, but your matrix is up because that community comes over and you have less viewers, but they're all more engaged with you because you're saying nice things about their game. So you get a lot of tips, you get a lot of bits, you get a lot of subs, you get attention from Steven, you get that pull, you do an interview with him, you see things go in a positive direction. It's this and this that drive your goal. You build a brand around something, then you turn on the something, you're going to lose your money. People aren't going to back. If people, and I know this, when I was positive about Ashes, I had people coming in, dropping 150, 25 sub packs to people. For several months in a row, I was making 1,500 or more a month on Twitch. But then I got negative about the game. Because the game, I needed to go negative about it. Because that's feedback. People are like, oh, Jay just likes to go toxic on the game. Even Wednesday and Thursday, when I covered the game? Did I just shit all over it left and right? Or did I say this is a problem because this is a problem? This is the direction. This is the route. If people want to believe that I just indiscriminately shit on any product, I very rarely indiscriminately shit on any product. But what I say is the hard, uncomfortable truth that you've made yourself believe that you really do love mob grinding. If you love mob grinding, Ashes of Creation is the game for you because it is what it has. It's not great, but mob grinding is what it has. If you like thrill rides, Disney is not for you because Disney has Tron, Guardians of the Galaxy, and the Rock and Roller Coaster, and they're at 3 different parks. And Tron doesn't go upside down. Guardians of the Galaxy doesn't go upside down. The Rock and Roller Coaster does. If you're in Orlando and you're looking for thrill rides and you have one day, I'll tell you in one day you're going to buy the cheapest ticket. I'm going to tell you to go to Universal Studios Islands of Adventure because it has the Hulk, it has Doctor Doom's Sphere Drop, it has the Velocicoaster, and it has Hagrid's. If thrill rides are your jam, I will send you to the place that has 4 things that meet your jam. It could be that they agree with you that it's a bad game, so therefore they don't listen to the programs about that game. Exactly. A content creator needs to be careful when they go to a different game because they have to realize, hey, people already are hating on this game. They don't want to watch somebody else hate on the game. Now, people talk shit about me, and that's fine. I'm a big boy. I can take it. If you keep it in the realm of talk shit about me, threaten me, no problem. Keep it with me. I'm a big boy. We can handle that. It's when you go after my kid and shit that I'm going to take a break and use law enforcement to fuck your life up. Merry Christmas. I'm glad your parole got denied for Christmas. It's a great Christmas present for you. Ashes is got a problem, and you can hear by Steven saying in that video, our next sprint. Dude, you talked about something that's at least 10 sprints. Fixing combat, Steven said, in our next sprint, we're going to do this, we're going to do this, and we're going to do this. We're going to figure out the skills that are missing. We're going to figure out the skills that need to change, and we're going to figure out the skills and how they can better synergize. Well, if you have skills that are missing and you're bringing in new skills, that is one workload. Just asked another streamer. He said he didn't play Ashes over the weekend, only played the game for 3 hours total, and for the most part, his whole chat has strong negative opinion of the game, so he went back to where wins meet. Right. And that's where Margaret is the wrong person to be in charge of communications if that person is supposed to be collating and analyzing data. And I'll remind you, they don't analyze and collate data. They don't do that. And we know they don't do that because they knew that Smurg was viewbotting and they still invited him to a panel. Smurg got deleted so bad by Twitch that they nuked him. They nuked the entire site from orbit. Twitch didn't even fuck around with Smurg. This channel is currently unavailable due to a violation of Twitch's community guidelines or terms of service. And yet Intrepid knew, right? Intrepid knew that he was doing that. And they didn't care because he was talking about the game and it looked like he was talking about the game to 10,000 people. Yeah, he found out. He went into full FA mode and they clapped those cheeks. And it was Elmo clapping those cheeks. I mean, that is just how it went. So if the Ashes of Creation community seriously wants to save their game, and then I'm going to get over to politics, they need to turn on Steven tomorrow. Or not even tomorrow, not even next hour. They need to all turn on Steven today. The whole community needs to go negative, because it is the only way a narcissist will change. He'll change in order to make people love him again. Do I have predictions on numbers the end of January? Okay, so right now, opening week, we saw 31,882, but I'll give them the benefit of the doubt that they'll do some advertising marketing push. And with Christmas break being a thing, I think you will see them this next testing weekend. You might, I'm not saying you will, but I'm saying you might see them grow to about 39,008 by the end of January. If they're at 19,000 concurrent, I'll be shocked. By the end of February, they'll be under 10,000, and then it'll I bet they do a free-to-play weekend. I would not see them trying to do a free-to-play weekend, because they can't even handle the 50,000 concurrent Steven thought were going to show up. In order to have a free-to-play weekend work right, you need to have the overhead for a ton of new people. No, I'm not putting together a bingo board. From listening to his recent interview, Steven basically, everything you do is hard. It can be lost. He sees lost as a challenge, where the reality is that if people work hard for something, they don't want to lose it all in one go, especially if it takes a very long time to replace. That's the piece he's never understood, because he has never been a gamer who comes home to game and can't pay to win through adversity. So if we look at it, let's say Ashes launches. You guys are keeping me in Ashes, and that's fine. Ashes launches, and you've played for 3 months. And at this junction point, your node gets destroyed, and it's the thing that you were vested in. Now, the sunk cost fallacy says, well, players have already spent 3 months of sub time, so they're kind of committed to your game. And you're right. They are. Except, sometime you're going to have Chrono Odyssey. Sometimes you're going to, somewhere you're going to have ArcH 2. And as you go through, if your junction point of losing your node coincides with the launch of another game that you're interested in, your loss becomes a decision point. And that decision point is, I had fun in Ashes, but now I'm going to go play Chrono Odyssey. Oh, that decision point happened over here. I'm going to go play ArcH 2. And maybe I'll go back to Ashes after I've played this other game. And with 2 MMOs scheduled to release in 2026, Ashes has got some problems. It would only piss off paid players because the servers would explode. True. Also, can I just say, I know I'm not the smartest guy. But I do recall talking about this. Well, let me draw it this way. The way Intrepid did it, they have an authentication server that you have to wait in queue to get through. and then you go to your realm, and you have to wait in queue to go to your realm. So if you have a queue at the authentication server and a queue to get on your server, then what they needed to do was US, EU, authentication servers, so that you don't have that first queue. Instead, you do what Final Fantasy XIV does. You have data centers, you pick that from the launcher, and so you don't have all 31,000 people, and the fact that an authentication server can't quickly get through the matching numbers is bad. But that's a simple solution, but it's a cost solution. It costs money to do that. It costs money to set it up that way. But it solves a lot of your problems. But when you can't even pay your cloud service provider and they have to sue you, you're probably not doing the things that cost money because you're probably trying to gain money. All right. Good conversation, though. Somebody sent me this over the weekend, and it's another one of those things that, yeah, you're great. It's awesome. You've put together a chart that says supply score breakdown, affordability score breakdown, crash score breakdown. So the supply is 46. So it's a tight market. The affordability is 45, so it's very strained. The crash likelihood is nowhere close. And what kills me about people is people are complaining in America that we have a housing crisis. We have a housing shortage. We don't have a housing shortage. We simply do not have a housing shortage. What we have is a movement shortage. There's 2.1 million homes available in America, and the median sales price is $439,917. Well, people will show that. People will talk about the median home price, and it gets everybody up in arms. They're like, oh my God, the average home price. Yeah, that means 50% of the homes are cheaper than that. Right? So to afford this house at the median, you need to make $146,000 a year. And people aren't making that. But 25% of the homes, right? You could buy this home, the homes in this range, if you're making $73,000 a year. And down here, you can afford these homes at $36,000 a year. 12.5% of the homes you want, right? Are for sale at a range you can afford. How many of those houses are in the middle of nowhere in areas with low job opportunities? Very few. The problem is people don't want a 45-minute drive. And by people, millennials and zillennials, they don't want a 45-minute drive. They turn around and they criticize Generation X, and they say, but what you were able to do, 45 minutes is not that crazy. No, it's not that crazy. It's really not. That's what my drive to work was. I wasn't going long. I was just stuck in traffic. Like, my boss used to marvel. I was a college student and I was running a marketing division. My boss would find me in the office at 4:45 in the morning. And my boss would be like, why are you here this early? And I would say, because if I leave and I get here at 4:45, I open up the parking lot, disable the security system, do the walk around, start the coffee, and then I go into my office, and from 4:45 to 6, I have an hour and 15 minutes of time. I can read my college textbooks. But in order for me to be here at 5:45, I'm in traffic. I get here in 22 minutes if I'm driving in the 4 o'clock hour with nobody on the road. Now, 45 minutes is down the road or a little past heading into town. You're right. But you're doing a 16, you're sacrificing your day anyways, so now it just makes it crappy. Yeah, doing 16 and having 2 hours of driving is rough. 45 minutes with traffic would be a dream for you. It took me nearly 2 hours sometimes to get home when I worked last year. Right. And so the problem we have is people are looking at tracker tools like this, and they're getting their panties in a bunch, and they're getting their boxers in a knot, and they don't understand what the data is actually saying, because like everything else, figures lie and liars figure. If there are 2 million homes available in America for sale right now, the problem isn't home availability. The problem becomes affordability. And for the median household price to be $434,000, that's absolutely ridiculous. Or 439. Later, T-Elf. Yes, the median household price being $439,000 is ridiculous. I get that. But people want more than their parents had, which is cool. You can want that, but you have to put things in perspective. Having entertainment at the flick of your fingers is sometimes rough to have life slow down for that long. Right. But as I've said before, my grandfather lived in a duplex. Now, my grandfather is a little bit unique because he owned both sides. He owned both sides of the duplex. But this was a 2-bedroom, right? They lived in a 2-bedroom with 4 kids. They lived in a 2-bedroom duplex with 4 kids. You couldn't do that now. You'd have CPS, DCFS all up your butt. But that's when you hear people say, "Oh, the baby boomers were able to afford a house on minimum wage." Yeah. But that's what they afforded. A 2-bedroom, 1-bath house. That's what they afforded. And they had like a porch that they put the 2 boys on, because it was my mom and her sister and the 2 boys. They ended up having a back porch that they just put 2 beds on for the 2 boys. The boys' bedroom was a fucking flower garden. Like, that's where the disconnect in reality is. Let's look at Donald Trump. What did Donald Trump just say? A very sad thing happened last night in Hollywood. Rob Reiner, a tortured and struggling but once very talented movie director and comedy star, has passed away together with his wife, reportedly due to the anger he caused others through his massive, unyielding, incurable affliction with a mind-crippling disease known as Trump derangement syndrome, sometimes referred to as TDS. He was known to have driven people crazy by his raging obsession of President Donald J. Trump. With his obvious paranoid reaching new heights, the Trump administration surpassed all goals and expectation of greatness. And with the golden age of America upon us, people perhaps like never before, may Rob and Michelle rest in peace. What the fuck? What? This dude is Delulu on like an unreal level. Rob Reiner and his wife have died, families say, as police investigate apparent homicide. Legendary Hollywood director Rob Reiner and his wife, the producer Michelle Singer Reiner, have died, according to spokesperson. LA police arrived at the home on Sunday and investigating an apparent homicide. Records show Nick Reiner, the Reiner's son, is in custody. Reiner's profile work includes directing Where Harry Met Sally, The Princess Bride, and A Few Good Men. His breakout role was Archie Bunker's son-in-law on TV's All in the Family. On the list of things Donald Trump has said, does this make the top 10? I think this makes a very unique top 10 list of, as Robin Williams once said about Joe Biden, just no. Like, this tweet is just no. Like, this definitely makes your top 10 tweet of no. Can we find out any more about this other thing? The Reiner's son, Nick, is taken into custody on an unknown felony charge. Nick Reiner, the son of Rob and Michelle Singer Reiner, was booked into a LA jail Monday after his parents were found dead. The records do not specify what charge he faces. He faces a felony charge, and his bail is set at $4 million. Well, okay. This is what bothers me about America. How do the records not specify, like, how do you have access to how much his bail is? Right? How do you know that he's been booked into a jail? How do you know that he's already seen a bail judge? He's got bail and $4 million. But, how do you not know what the charge is? A journalist can't figure out what the charges you are. Yeah, that's a big problem. If a journalist can find your bail amount but not the corresponding charge, I don't want to live in that world. I want to remind people of a very important statement, whether you're a Trump supporter or not. A very important statement is this. If you have to ask yourself, am I living in a fascist state? You are, in fact, living in a fascist state. Now the question is, how fascist is my state? If you ever have to stop and ask the question, is this fascism? You're already in fascism. Now, some things, what people don't understand is some aspects of America are fascist. Some aspects of America are democratic. Some aspects of America are Republican. I don't feel like we're there yet. I think we are there. Let me see if I can find the story real quick. ICE protester seriously injured by rubber bullet shot to the groin. A man who was out protesting against ICE raids in downtown Los Angeles spoke with KTLA after an officer's close-range shot to his groin with a rubber bullet severely bruised one of his testicles and shattered the other. who is home from the hospital but still in recovery, said the incident happened on Monday, and this is back in June, just after he got off his bicycle within the crowd of protesters and law enforcement. He noted that before this happened, he did not hear officers declaring an unlawful gathering. He told he was grabbing a bottle of water from his backpack when authorities started pushing forward towards the group. They started shouting, "Move back," but I'm still fixing up my backpack and my bike, and then they just pushed me. On instinct, I tell a cop, "Don't push me, I'm already moving back," and the cop next to him had a gun and just aimed and shot. That right there. So innocent protesters, let me be kind of radical here with a statement. There's no such thing as an innocent protester. There's no the term innocent protester is an oxymoron. If you're protesting, you're generally not demonstrating peaceably for a redress of grievances. Yeah, I wouldn't protest right now since it's more of a battle. Exactly. Now, very rarely do protest organizers pull the right permit. Because remember, if you're going to protest, you go down to City Hall, you go down to the county building, wherever you're going to be protesting, and you say, on December 15th, between the hours of 1 and 4, we're going to protest in this public park. They said, "Okay, what's your name?" "My name's Jalan." "What's your organization?" "PGN." "And who's pulling the insurance for the event?" What? Who's pulling the insurance for the event? Well, what do you mean? Well, if your organization gets out of control and damages the park, or police need to be called out, who's pulling the insurance policy? And that's where, I'm not pulling an insurance policy. Okay, then you personally are going to be liable for all the damages. No. Well, then we're not going to give you a permit. You have the right by constitutional law to gather for a redress of grievances. You don't have the right by constitutional right to riot and protest and cause damage and incur costs to the taxpayer for police and calling in deputies and bringing people in on overtime. Peaceably to assemble. How many times were they told to leave before they got rushed in a show of force? And ICE, of course, is jumpy. They're getting killed. Well, the other thing is people don't understand, and Karthos is a great friend of mine, but Karthos made an argument one of the times he was here about the due process. And unfortunately, due process doesn't always require you to go in front of a judge. In the case of immigration, I absolutely positively agree that there should be judicial due process, not just administrative due process. But then you have people talking out their ass where they say, well, you can't ask an immigrant for their papers. Yes, you can. Not only can you do that, the law that says they can come here, the law that authorizes the government to give them paperwork, specifically states if they are above the age of 18, they are required to carry that paperwork with them at all times. And I have checked with my family members who have come over here as immigrants and gotten their American citizenship. I said, hey, because I was fortunate. I was born a dual citizen. I didn't have to fuck about with any of that bullshit. I had citizenship in the two places I needed it. I said to my family, I said, did you have to carry around like your immigration paperwork? And they're like, oh yeah, absolutely. Oh yeah, I carried that. They said I carried that. I carried my passport because I didn't have a driver's license. I had my European driver's license, but I absolutely carried, they didn't carry the original passport. They carried a photograph of their passport, a photograph of their European driver's license, and the visa that they had. Because remember, back in the day, immigrants couldn't get American driver's licenses, which I think it's great. I think it's absolutely great that we want to allow immigrants to get American driver's license because it then puts a level of vetting that they have American insurance. Aren't peaceful protests allowed? No. If you're in some municipalities, you have the right peaceably to assemble. But if you're going to have an assembly, you have to pull a permit. And if you're going to pull the permit, you take ownership of the assembly. For example, you're having a peaceful protest in the park, and a portion of the people rallied there that day start tearing up all the playground equipment. Well, who's responsible for it? You are, because you organized the protest. So you're responsible for the damage to public property that your protest caused. Now you say, but those people weren't with us. Great, but they were only there, and the police couldn't respond to the vandalism by virtue of you assembling 5,000 people in the park. The 12 cops aren't going to try to go and make arrests when they're outnumbered 12 to 5,000. But that's not a peaceful one. But it was a peaceful one until some people became not peaceful. But I didn't invite the assholes. It was my rally, but I didn't invite the people that were going to tear up the equipment. It's not like I wrote down on the permit, our intention is to go 1 o'clock, assemble in the park, 2 o'clock speeches, 3 o'clock refreshments, 3:45 tear up the playground equipment. I didn't plan on that happening, but by virtue of me assembling 5,000 people in an area, it enabled the vandalism to occur. Because the police couldn't respond due to safety. 12 police officers are not going to go and try to arrest people in a crowd of 5,000. The other thing is this. There is a level of effectiveness of public gatherings. What is the level of effectiveness in any measurable amount of the No King's Day rally? The No King's Day rally was one of the dumbest things I'd ever seen. And the reason why the No King's rally was one of the dumbest things I've ever seen was, what were you protesting exactly? When you ask the people what they're protesting on No King's Day, most of them didn't know what they were even protesting for. Because people are just mad and people are just angry. People don't want to take the path of difficulty. People want to take the path of least resistance. And that's where it's your event. You organized a mass of people in an area. This damage would not have happened had you not organized this group of people, so you should still be responsible. Absolutely. Because if there's 5,000 of you and there's 12 people tearing up the playground equipment, then you have your 4,982 remaining people start shepherding them towards the cops and say, arrest them. They're the ones that damaged the playground equipment. They give out sheets at some protests so you can respond to that question now. You're right. They give out talking point sheets so that the people at the protest know what to say when they're talked to, so the whole thing doesn't look stupid. We're at a point, and I harp on this all the time, we can't fix the problems because we cannot fix the problems in America because the people are too uneducated to understand what the right answer is. It's just like, I don't know if you've noticed this big trend right now. Muslims are gaslighting Christians by saying Jesus was a Muslim. And Christians are biting at it. I like to fight with them on Twitter. It's not getting any traction. But Muslims are gaslighting Christians right now by saying Jesus was a Muslim. But the problem is, the people doing that. Now, I personally believe it's white non-Muslim people behind those accounts just being shitbirds. But the problem with stirring up religious hate is that it doesn't help the people. It doesn't help anything. It doesn't help. Yeah, it's probably bot parody accounts. It doesn't help anything. Yeah, and then you have all these paid protesters. That's another problem. But at the end of the day, what is it people want to accomplish? What is it really that people want? Because if you don't know what you want, yeah, they want another crusade. The problem is people don't know their own history of the Crusades. The bigger war criminals during the Crusades were the Christians, not the Muslims. Like, hate to be the bearer of bad news, but there was a lot of murder and sexual assault on the part of the Christians. A lot. There was a lot. There was some on the part of the Muslims. Yeah, when the Christians retook Jerusalem, they butchered everybody. When I say everybody, when the Christians retook Jerusalem, they killed all of the Muslims and all of the Jews and a lot of the Christians. Aren't peaceful protests covered under free speech? Yes. The right of the people peaceably to assemble for a redress of grievances from their government. It's the First Amendment. However, people confuse rights with abilities. If you have to ask permission to do it, it's not covered by your rights. For example, First Amendment auditors do this thing where they try to audit public buildings. Now, just because it is a public taxpayer-funded building does not mean you have the right to go into it. During my time in the military, there were several occasions where people tried to walk onto the base because they said, I have the right to come onto the base because it's paid for by the taxpayer. It is public property. And the gate guards, the first line gate guards said, no, you don't. This is a restricted area. And they kept walking. And the moment they crossed the red line, they got a pavement facial. The idea that you see First Amendment auditors saying, I can go anywhere because I have the right to. There is taxpayer-owned property, and there is taxpayer-owned controlled property. For example, it is well documented that my freedom of speech includes my clothing. So I can walk around public with F the police on a shirt, and they can't say anything about it if I'm in public. If I'm in public. Now, any particular store owner that I walk into can say, get out, because I'm not in public anymore. I'm in private. People are like, well, it's a business. Right. It's a private business. So then people say, well, I go to the DMV with F the police on my shirt, and that's what I want on my driver's license photo. The DMV can turn around and say, no, get out. Why? Because this policy, governed by this law, states that the manager or the leadership or any member, however it's written, of this facility may remove anybody for any and all reasons, including no reason. Patrons are expected to conduct themselves in a business, professional life manner. I'm confused. So if they are legal under the First Amendment, where does it say they are illegal? By local ordinance. Local ordinance says, in order to rally, you must pull a permit. That is allowed. Because as long as they allow you to exercise your right to protest, as long as they don't have a no protests policy, they are allowed to have whatever policy or procedure they want to control the damages. You want to have a rally in this park with 5,000 people. That's great. It's going to cost you $25,000. Why? Because somebody has to pay the police to control traffic. Somebody has to pay the police to be present. Yeah, the same way you have Second Amendment, there are restrictions on what weapons you can own. The Second Amendment in my state, and although it was just struck down, my state had a requirement for a firearm owner identification card. You have the right to bear arms, but you have a 3-day waiting period while they do your background check. You have the right to bear arms, but if you want to carry concealed, you have to have a special permit. You have the right to bear arms, but if you want a fully automatic weapon, you have to have a Class 4 license. People, and that's what people don't understand. They think their Bill of Rights, their civil liberties, are absolutes. They're not absolutes. They are philosophies of rights that should be unalienable. However, nowhere did it ever say that you can exercise these rights at all times carte blanche. For example, I have freedom of speech. That does not mean I can set up a microphone system at 2:00 in the morning in my subdivision and do this show from a soapbox on the corner. Because my free speech is my free speech, but my subdivision, my town, my state, my municipality, my county are all allowed to have regulations on quiet hours. You can have your rally, but it has to shut down by 9:30 p.m. Why? Because the park closes at 9:30 p.m. But I want to rally until 2 in the morning. Then find a place to do it. See, that's where people have the misunderstanding of publicly owned and privately operated. Publicly owned, but controlled. You want to walk into City Hall with a camera? Great. Now, parts of City Hall, I walk in, I want to record my interaction because I want to record you denying me. I'm allowed to do that. You don't have to like it. Yeah, a lot of DMVs are operated privately. Absolutely. If you ever have to engage with Child Protective Services or DCFS, the Department of Children and Family Services, record them. You should never, ever, ever be talking to CPS or DCFS without your camera rolling, because those people are the absolute worst about lying. Record them. Half of them will terminate the engagement because you're recording them. There are a lot of CPS workers that will turn around and say, you can't record me. I'm sorry, you're acting as an agent of the state in public at my private residence where you have absolutely no expectation of privacy. I absolutely can record you because this is a non-consensual encounter and you're acting as an agent of the state. I will continue to record you. Their immediate response will be, well, I don't understand. What I don't understand is if you're about to do your job by the book, why are you upset about being recorded? Why are you upset that my version of events and your version of events won't need to be reconciled because we'll have, you can feel free to record me because consent is implicit because I'm recording you. CPS is a joke that needs to be reformed. Absolutely it does. CPS is one of the worst organizations ever. If your response is to take kids away from their parents after a 20-minute, like, I'm not saying that there aren't times where you interview a parent and you need to take those kids. Hell, there's been interviews that I've done on the DV side of the house where I have a 90-minute interview with somebody, and 2 questions in, I'm sending a PM to the caseworker and saying, This is what was just said to me, go get them kids. For example, I'll give you one. I can't give any other details, but there was a guy got called for domestic violence, and I was reviewing his intake form, and one of the things that was on the intake form is father, age 45, has stated he bathes with his children, including daughter 7. The fuck? First of all, a 7-year-old, if you're a dad, you're raising a 7-year-old on your own, 7-year-old should be able to bathe on their own. The only thing a 7-year-old may struggle with is washing their hair properly. If that's the problem, your daughter can be fully clothed and you can wash your hair. You might have to buy a different shower head attachment so you have the detachable hose. But if your kid's big problem is they're not washing their hair properly, your kid can sit on a step stool outside the tub or over the sink, and you do your kid's hair that way. Your kid kneels over the edge of the bathtub. You do your kid's hair that way if they haven't mastered cleaning their hair. So I asked the dad right off the bat. I said, hey, I'm going through your file, but I need to flag this one right off the bat. I said, I'm going to read you a statement. If you could please clarify. Well, read the statement to him, and he spent 10 minutes talking to me about how, yeah, he bathes with his kid and he doesn't see anything wrong with it, this, that, and the other. I'm messaging the caseworker. It's like, you need to go get the daughter. I don't know if you're going to need to go get the other kids, but you definitely need to get the daughter and remove the daughter. I was sending her the information she needed. Later that day, they're like, are you sure? Because you've had a lot of people read that statement, and that wasn't an immediate. When I worked at the school, I had a kid come in with dirty clothes on. On the same day, we had a kid come in with dirty clothes on. And this was high school. So they dressed themselves. Kid comes in with dirty clothes on. Girl comes in with her hands bandaged, and she's got blood seeping through the gauze. Sent the girl with the bleeding hands to the nurse. Sent the kid who looked like Pigpen from Charlie Brown to the dean. Both the nurse and the dean called CPS. Two caseworkers came out to the school. The caseworker for the kid with the dirty clothes was immediately removed from the home. The girl that was bleeding from the knuckles, you could see down to her bone. The mom had whipped her with an uncovered extension cord, just the wires out of an extension cord. They sent that kid home. Inconclusive evidence. At that point, I lost all faith I ever had in Child Protective Services. You sent a kid home. You could see the kid's finger bones. The kid disappeared. Was withdrawn from school. What? I've grown up in fear. Jewish Australians say rising anti-Semitism made attacks predictable. Bondi Beach is almost unrecognizable. The sun is out, but the surf is empty. The usual heaving Main Street is hushed. Helicopters track overhead. Forensic investigators, bright blue figures in the distance, comb over the crime scene from Sunday afternoon, where 2 gunmen opened fire at an event marking the Jewish festival of Hanukkah, killing 15 and injuring more than 40 others. Yeah, I sometimes react to other content creators if it's something good. This is a big thing for me in regards to defund the police. So you're going to send a non-enforcement employee into dangerous situations with questionable authority. Not a good idea. Let's defund the police. Why? We'll get back to the Jewish thing in a second. defund the police is a terrible idea. Defund the police is a stupid idea, because in order to keep society functioning, you need to have you need to have, yeah, let's spend more on training and educating the police instead. Actually, so that's where we run into the problem. So some people want to spend more on the police so that we get better police. And some people want to spend less and divert that money to community programs. The problem is, the police are how they are because they're overwhelmed and they're overburdened. Now, I'm not saying that that's justifiable for kneeling on a guy's neck. Okay, there are bad cops. There are absolutely bad cops. Defund the police was more of a terrible slogan. The idea of training mental health personnel to ride along or work on specific types of calls. You're right, but the problem with having a mental health professional ride along on certain calls is that that's not the right time and place to that's not the right time and place to try to be resolving conflict. And we have that. When the level gets to a certain stage that we need a higher trained professional for a standoff situation, we have negotiators. We have people with specific training for defusing volatile situations. But here's where we run into the problem. I pull you over. I walk up to your car. Good morning. I'm Officer Jalan. I need your license, your registration, and your proof of insurance, except in the state of California. California has a different policy now. I don't think California's policy is very wrong, but what it does is it creates a fight condition at the wrong stage. So everywhere else, right, we start the stop. I get your ID. I tell you the infraction. I go back to my car. I run you. And then I make a decision. Okay? If you notice, the point of conflict is after I've already identified you. I have your driver's license in my hand. I have your registration in my hand. I have your insurance in my hand. And now I create the friction point of where you might lose your shit. California, you do the stop. You inform them of the infraction. And then they give you their ID. Well, here's the problem. Most 99.999% of people who get pulled over, what are they going to do as soon as they get pulled over? They're going to argue. I came to a complete stop. I didn't run that red light. I wasn't speeding. Well, if that conflict happens down here, I already have your ID in my hand. Good game. Get wrecked. I'm going to let you vent for about a minute, and then I'm going to say, sit tight. I'm going to go back to my car. Let me run you. If the conflict is here, now, and I'm going to be interested to see the statistics. If the conflict's there, why am I having a roadside courtroom session with you about whether or not you did this thing that I'm accusing you of? Just take the ticket, go to court. Why is it that we are in a society, why are we in a society where we think it's okay that people don't just give their documentation to the police, take their ticket, and go argue in front of the judge about it? Like, hi, I'm Officer Jalan. I need your license, your registration, and proof of insurance. Well, what was I doing? I'll be more than happy to tell you that as soon as you give me your license, your registration, and your proof of insurance. Well, I'm not going to give you that. I'm going to ask you one more time for your license, your registration, your proof of insurance, and then I'm going to pull you out of the car. I'm not getting out of my car. Send me another unit. Just pull out my spike strips, put them behind the back tire, walk back to my car. When my other unit gets there, walk up. Please step out of the vehicle. If they try to hand me their license, their registration, their proof of insurance at that point, I'm going to say, I'm sorry. The time for that has come and gone already. Now I've had to roll another unit. Now, because you forced me to roll another unit here, I have to take you out of the car because I'm placing you under arrest. Because you wanted to FA, now you're going to FO. And if you did that, very quickly after that, people would learn. I'm going to pull you over. You're going to give me your license, your registration, and your proof of insurance without a bunch of jaw jacking. Then I'm going to tell you what you did. Then I'm going to go back to the car. I'm going to run you. Then I'm going to decide whether or not to give you a warning ticket or a full ticket, and you be on your way. And if you were nice and you were pleasant, you were polite and you were cordial and you were friendly, I might just give you a warning ticket. But if you're a jerk, I'm going to give you as many tickets as I can give you. If I have to take you out of the car, now I'm going to take you to jail. I'm going to inconvenience you. I'm going to fingerprint you. I'm going to photograph you. You're going to catch a resisting charge. Your car is going to get towed. You're going to have to pay to get that out. And guess what? After about a year or 18 months, people would start to figure out it is always a loss to yell at the cop. It is always, and they should already know this. I'm a huge fan of breaking people's windows. When you see the recording where the police officer has asked 11 or 12 or 13 times politely, I'm a sovereign citizen. Step out of the vehicle. You're going to find out the hard way today that no, you're not. Because no, you're not. Well, I'm not driving, I'm traveling. Are you operating a motor vehicle on the roadway? Yes, you need to have a license, a registration, and proof of insurance. And here's where this is where the change in America has to happen. I think high school is a complete joke. I think high school, we might as well just end mandatory education for kids in 8th grade. And I'm not joking. I'm not being funny. For the value that high school is providing to kids, we might as well just stop educating kids at 13. Because high school clearly isn't getting it done. And I know some people would be like, oh, my kid, what would I do with my kid? I don't know. You'd be stuck at age 13 then doing the other education bit that you're supposed to do in tandem with the school year. It was like last night. My kid found out the hard way. I said to my kid, almost a year ago, my daughter's a big wrestling fan. I have this autographed framed picture of Rhea Ripley in my office on the other side of my monitor. I'm not joking. I can't get to any of her walls. I can't get to any of the walls to hang up the picture. There is crap on the floor everywhere. And I've said, I'm not coming in here and going to break my neck falling on stuff. Get your room clean. It's been almost a year. The room isn't clean. Yesterday, I went in to talk to her. And I walked in and I said, what I'm going to do is I'm going to tell you what I need from you. And then I'm going to tell you what you need to do. I need you to go to bed early tonight because I need you up in the morning because we have to do your DAS phone call. You need to get all the food out of your room, all the drinks out of your room, and my metal bowls need to find their way back to the kitchen because I cook with those. How would you do things like driver's ed without high school? Not my problem. I didn't do driver's ed at high school. I went to private driving school. My school, if you weren't going to be 16 by August 31st, then you took driver's ed in the January term. Well, I'm 29 September. I wasn't about to I wasn't about to wait to get my license. So over the summer, I went to a private driving school. And that private driving school back in 97? No, 96? 95? Holy hell. Back in 1995, the private driving school was about $350. But if you passed your test on the first try, you got $75 off. Yeah, I know. Fuck, I'm old. When did I get my driver's license? Hold on one second. I hate voicemail on the new computers or on the new phones. I hate all these spam phone calls. Was 86 for you? 84, 86, 84 to 85-ish for me. Yeah, 86 for you. Yeah. Some of you are a lot older than I am. But Driver's Ed exists to help who? Who does Driver's Ed actually help? Because we teach a class, we make a class mandatory, but it's not mandatory. But who does it actually help? The only people Driver's Ed helps is the school. Doesn't help the parents. The parents in Illinois, you have to do, it doesn't help the general public. In Illinois, I don't know how many hours that the kids have to do now to get their license. Let me see if I can find that question real quick. My kids didn't even want to get their driver's license. Yeah. In Illinois, a kid needs 50 hours of supervised driving, including 10 at night. They have to hold their permit for 9 months. When I was a kid, we couldn't get our permit till 15 and a half. 15 and a half. And we only had to do 10 hours driving. Now, you have to do 10 hours of driving time at night. With learning to drive means parents no longer have to drive their kids to school. Bullshit. That doesn't mean that at all. Just because the state doesn't issue you a car, just because your kid has a driver's license, not every family can afford to buy a third vehicle. My kids, it's less than a mile from my door to the back door of the school. It's like 0.6 of a mile. I don't need my kid to have a driver's license to go to high school. 0.6 of a mile. In fact, if my kids cut through the two houses, it's like 0.4 of a mile. It's not even half a mile. If they walk out of the subdivision and then back, it's a little over half a mile. If they cut through the two houses, it's 0.4 of a mile, maybe. It's another one of those things that people say, well, if we change schools, how would kids get their driver's ed? Do they need it? Do they need driver's ed the way we present it? In Illinois, yeah, they finally cleared up all of the nonsense in Illinois, where you can get a motorcycle license at 16 in Illinois. Before, we couldn't. Years ago, we had all sorts of shenanigans involved with that one. Yeah, some schools don't have driver's ed, they drive tractors. So, but it's another one of those. When was the last time you talked to a kid who said they were really happy about what they were learning in high school? We're not teaching kids useful stuff at high school, and then we wonder why America and the Western world, Western Europe, you're starting to be as bad. People are graduating high school, but they're not functional adults. They cannot function in society. Let's be honest, a telltale mark of the failure of high school is how many kids take college loans. And I'm not trying to be funny, and I'm not trying to be like, you know, create a mind bender puzzle here, but in what world does it make sense to finance 4 years of college at the dollar amount they're asking you to finance it, where they don't make you start making payments, so your first year of college tuition has 4 years of accrued interest on it already? 401ks, yeah. Yeah, but those driver's ed and alcohol education in high school helps with the car insurance premiums. Yeah, what car insurance companies do? They raised all the car insurance rates for all the kids so that they could give a discount back to the rate it should be for the kids that are on the honor roll or who took driver's ed. Like, what sense does that make? A feather sword says buying a house, taxes, 401ks. How many people don't understand the value of investing early? And they don't understand why. Invest your money at 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Live a little bit rougher, but be investing money so that when you need money down the road, you can do the things you want. Like, I don't know if I can handle Southern Illinois anymore. I don't know what temperature it is right now. It's 28 degrees. My hands are killing me. My feet are killing me. They're bad all the time. But considering the cold weather, I want to get out of here. But I told my kid I wouldn't move her until she finishes school. My spouse and I are really coming to the conclusion that I might have to start snowbirding. I might have to be down in Florida in the winter months because I don't know if my hands are going to be able to take it. In fact, I can just go ahead and put these on. And I can afford to do that because I was taught early on by my father, if you make $1, you live on 40 cents. I was taught early on, not by my school, but by my father. You make $1, you live on 40 cents. Where's the other 60 cents go? Taxes and savings. Do you really need that thing? And I'm not saying don't ever buy anything, but like the people that they're like, you hear people say, oh, well, the whole system's racist. I can't afford a car, or I can't afford a house. How are the kids going to get to work if they can't drive, no bus, taxi, and too far to walk? Rad dude, how are they going to get to work if they can't drive, How the hell do they have a car to drive? What are they driving? You're missing the point. You're like, oh, the kid has a license. And what? And what? What about it? Parents' car. The parents are using it. The parents are at work. What you're saying is a kid needs a license so they can do all of these things, but you're assuming that the car exists for them to get to work. The car is with dad at work. Mom and dad are at work. Kid walks to, your first response is, how's the kid going to get to school? Same way the kid got to school as a freshman and a sophomore when he wasn't old or she wasn't old enough to drive. So that solves that. How are they going to get to work? Well, if they're living in a place that there's no bus, no taxi, and too far to walk, chances are the kid's not getting a job there anyway. Because if there's no bus, no taxi, too far to walk, what? I'm going to race home from work so my kid could have the car, so my kid could go work? Yeah, then you mow lawns, you walk dogs, you babysit. The idea that, this idea that we keep walking the need down until we find a justifiable reason to have the need is why problems don't get solved. Do kids need their driver's license at 16? No. Do you ever need a driver's license? No. You don't need a driver's license. You need a state photograph ID. You can get that with a state ID card. You need mobility. You don't need a car. A car is a luxury. A car is not a necessity. A car is a luxury. And that's a big one that people don't ever want to hear. Well, I need a car in order to what? Lots of people make ends meet without a car. Does it restrict you to live on a bus line? Yeah. A car does offer more opportunities. Yeah. Yeah. It's easier for us to access transport. You're right. And that's where people need to say to themselves, and we're never going to fix a big part of the problem until people recognize the chances of fixing the problem to make your life easier are near to zero. And even the founding documents of the country never really they put the emphasis on the future. And secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity, do ordain and establish this Constitution for the United States of America. They were worried about making sure their future generations had better. Like I've recently seen this uptick in TikTok trends. 5 miles, then walk it. It's 5 miles. We have no buses, taxi, Lyft, and the businesses are 5+ miles away. Then walk it. What is the relation of the businesses to the school? It's a shame TikTok didn't get shut down. You're right. TikTok and YouTube Shorts are literally the reason why our society is getting stupid. Or ride a bike. Yeah. 5 miles on a bike isn't hard. What we have is we have a scenario where people are getting really, really bad advice, and they believe that advice because it comes from TikTok. TikTok is about the last place you should be getting your advice. I'll be right back. All right. So, yeah. So in the news, the news is stranger, or the truth is stranger than fiction. And we're living in, this is the world we're living in. A man who disarmed one of the gunmen is being praised for his heroic efforts in saving lives. One clip broadcast on Australian television and shared on social media shows an unarmed man walking up behind one of the suspected gunmen who was shooting a long rifle and then grabbing him around the neck. The civilian attempts to wrestle and disarm the gunman, who falls to the ground before walking away. The man points the gun at the alleged shooter and then raises his hands in the air. This guy does it exactly right. As soon as the guy starts to walk away, which you're going to see if this is the video. Yeah, you're going to see him. He puts his hand up, puts the weapon down so that anybody understands he's not the shooter. It's a dangerous situation to be in because in that 10 seconds where he has the rifle, police may think he's the shooter. But this is where a big movement lately has been no guns, no violence. People advocating in America, they want to get rid of all the people want to take away all the guns. The school isn't near the businesses, and most people work after school and go straight to work 30 plus minutes away. Okay, let me help you out here. Then you live in the twilight zone of piss poorly designed area because you're telling me that there's a residential area with a school, that the school isn't anywhere near the businesses, yet the kids can get to school, yet they can't get to any businesses. I'm sorry, I've never lived in a place like that. I've known people that live in a place like that, like my wife, where she lives 25 minutes outside of town, but she's bussed into town. And when she was bussed into town, she could walk to work from school. But I've never conceptually seen a place where the houses are nowhere near the businesses and the school is nowhere near the businesses. Like, I'm just not able to conceptually think about a place, and I've lived in like 20 places. I can't think of a place where what you're talking about is reality. I've never lived in a place where it's 5 miles to the nearest gas station, 5 miles to the nearest market, 5 miles to the nearest anything. Like, from where I am right now, it's a mile and a half to, it's not even a mile and a half. It's a mile to the bank and then a bunch of stores. Dollar General is less than a mile from here. Then you walk down the other way. There's like 3 miles. Within 3 miles, there's the McDonald's, the Subway, the market, a bunch of shops, stores, stands, whatever. And I live in a really small area. Now, yeah, to get to Walmart where a kid might get a job, that's a car ride. Right? That's a car ride. But if the kid can't afford a car, then the kid doesn't go to a job. That's where problem solving becomes important. Work a deal with a friend with a car. Work with your employer and see if there's options. Right. Exactly. You want a job. You want to earn extra money. How are you going to get there? Why are the Jews under so much hate right now? The Jews are under hate right now for the same reason why Americans get blamed for the actions of our government and our military. And unfortunately, around the world, the US military gets blamed for a lot of things. They aren't related, though. They are related. They're just not causation. They're correlation, but they're not causation. You being Jewish is correlated to the existence of the state of Israel. But you being Jewish You are not one of the top 10 power brokers in the Israeli government making the decisions about how to handle the Palestinians. Now, because I don't have a dog in the fight, I am neither Jewish, nor from Israel, nor Palestinian, nor Muslim, nor from Gaza, can I say this. Both sides are wrong. Both sides are wrong. And as much as I don't want to accept this, I understand the Israeli government's position. I don't agree with it, but I understand their perspective. A couple of years ago, Israel was invaded. 1,200 people were killed. Hostages were taken. And it was yet another offense by the Palestinian people. Notice the Palestinian people. Even though 2.1 million Gazans didn't have anything to do with it, their government sanctioned the action. And so Israel said, you know what, world? You know what, planet Earth? We are tired of this shit, and we are going to remove the threat that is our neighbor. I don't agree with it, but I understand it. I get it. Change in mission parameters. Disregard previous objective. Leave no one alive. I get it. I'm not saying it's right, but I get it. It's kind of like when Saddam Hussein or Osama bin Laden attacked America on 9/11, and we ended up rolling over Afghanistan, parts of Pakistan. It led us back into Iraq. It being in Iraq led us to Syria. We ended up dealing with Libya. It kept us entangled with Iran. When Israel released prisoners, there were females left. When Palestine released prisoners, there were corpses left. Think of it like Little House on the Prairie. They lived very far away from where school and businesses were. Rad dude, I am not going to have a conversation about the necessity of teenagers to have a driver's license if your response is to say, think of it like Little House on the Prairie. Just tell me the city and state that you're referring to so I can bring up an aerial map. I'm not going to play this game where you're like, there's this magical land where the school is away from the houses, so we need buses, and the school is also away from all of the commercial area. I'm not going to live in that world, okay? I've studied urban politics. I've studied urban development. So if you have an example of where this place exists, just tell me the city and state so I can look at an aerial map. Thompsonville, Illinois. Okay. So, as we can see, first and foremost, Thompsonville, Illinois is what we call BFE. Thompsonville, Illinois is bumfuck Egypt, Illinois. So as we scroll in, it is a little tiny ass town. Okay? Now let me do this. So the problem with Thompsonville, Illinois, here's the grade school. I don't want the grade school. I want the high school. It's right next door. Okay? The problem isn't... The problem... First of all, you said that the school is away from everything. School's not away from everything. The problem is there's nothing there. Oh my God, you see, this is rad, dude. This is why I can't take you seriously, right? Thompsonville High School is right there, right? You said nothing is nearby. There's the Dollar General. It's 0.6 of a mile. The problem with the town isn't that everything's far away from each other. The problem is the town itself, there's fucking nothing in it. But again, Rad Dude, this is why I can never take you seriously. Yeah, but all the kids work there, and I get that. The problem is there's not a lot of job opportunities here. But the very premise was there's nothing there. But there is. Dude, it doesn't, okay. It doesn't matter where your argument is that you're saying that they have to go over to Benton. Right. But that's a different argument. The argument you're making is they need a car in order to be able to go to Benton, which is the closest McDonald's, which is 11.5 miles away. The problem here is those kids don't need cars. Those kids live in Thompsonville because they live with their parents. The town has nothing in it. But the argument that the kid needs his license so he could take the parent, like, you're 5 steps into a bad argument. Your argument was, though, there was nothing around the school. And you said the school is hella far away from all the housing. No, it's not. Because the town itself is small as fuck. So your entire argument broke down at the bottom. So the argument was the kids have to have school buses to get to school. Nobody in this town needs a school bus to get to school. These kids could walk to school. You have a Dollar General and a Shelton Motors, a Deb's restaurant. The problem is you don't have anything in the town. That's a different, and you have a bunch of churches, which is standard for Southern Illinois. But the argument isn't, yeah, there's the Hangout, Deb's, Shelton Motors, Dollar General. Right. The problem is there's not enough stuff. I don't even know how many kids go to school. Let's find out that question. Thompsonville School has a total population of 745 students across four grade levels. So they have less than 200 students in every grade level. I don't think your argument is going to hold much weight because freshmen and sophomores can't really work anyway. They can if they get a work permit. Some of the juniors and some of the seniors will have cars, and the ones who don't have cars can get jobs in town. Or, since it's 20 minutes up the road, then what Rail said is what you had to do. It's what we all had to do. I had the car. I had the car, one of the 2 cars in my group of friends. Hey man, we get out at 2. I have to be over at the mall at 4 for my shift. Do you need a ride anywhere between here, my house, or the mall? Well, yeah, could you drive me home? Nope, because your house is way the hell past the mall. My day is going to go from here, home, drop off my bag, grab a soda, put on my work clothes, and then go to the mall. Do you need a ride along that route? I'll pay you $20 if you drive me home so I can grab my work uniform and you drop me off. Cool. Now I'm getting paid. Now you're covering my gas. It wasn't $20. It would have been $5 back in the day, but 20 now. But your argument is just out there. There's nothing in that town. Now, back to Israel. Do the Palestinian people have a right to live? Absolutely. Should the Palestinian people be blamed for the Australian terror attack? Absolutely not. Wolfgar, the problem in Illinois is that when those 2 towns are connected, there's probably not a safe way for those kids to bike it. Because they'd be biking along the highway. The commissioner told reporters the father had his gun license for 10 years. So this is where people talk about crime prevention. This guy didn't go and buy a gun to cause this shooting. This guy has had a gun for 10 years. 16 dead, including one alleged suspect, and 40 injured. What we constantly do as people, as we try to justify, we try to rationalize why people do what they do. There, if you've never seen the movie The Pope's Exorcist, it's a great watch. But one of the lines in it that Russell Crowe's character says is, if evil does not exist, what is the role of the church? They want to get rid of the position of exorcist because they don't believe in the congregation of the faith doesn't believe that exorcisms are real. Now, whether or not you believe in exorcisms, possession, that's you and your faith. But regardless, evil in the world is going to exist, no matter how you define evil. It could be as bad as Negan from The Walking Dead appearing evil. It could be as bad as Rick from The Walking Dead being kind of evil, or it could be as little as being uncharitable. Whatever your definition of evil is your definition of evil. The Sun, I'm just getting this news. Nick was booked on suspicion of murder. Nick Rayner was booked as the suspect in his parents' murder. So, well, it exists no matter what, but it should be prevented, not allowed to thrive like it does. Let me ask you this. How do you stop? Okay. How do you stop violence? Take away the guns. Okay. So you take away the guns. Do you think that if people wanted to hurt people at a rally, that taking away the guns would stop the violence? What about Molotov cocktails? I'm not going to teach you the exact formula, but a Molotov cocktail is a glass bottle, gasoline, motor oil, styrofoam in certain ratios, and light throw, and you've made napalm. That's how easy napalm is to make. The Boston bombing, pressure cookers. A truck, rocks, bows, arrows, spears, chainsaw. Guns make the potential extent of violence greater, but any madman could go wild with a knife. Yeah, but I want you to think about something. And you're right, guns make guns make violence easier. But as somebody said, there you go. Stabby, stabby. And it's always easy for people to say, like, what if a guy walked into a crowd with a sword? Well, if he knows what the hell he's doing, he's going to kill a lot of people. A scrawny weakling won't get far with that knife, though. No, a scrawny weakling's going to get into a truck. A scrawny weakling is going to get behind the wheel of a vehicle and run over a lot of people. Yeah, 100% rather be shot than one of those people who get ran over in those protests. And ironically, you're one of the few people that can make that statement. You get to make that statement. We're never going to solve the problem of what causes hate. Anyone comes in with a sword, I'm putting my foot in that ass. Except here, and here's the side effect. You can only put that foot in that ass if you can get around the person. But if you're the first person walking towards the guy with the sword, you ain't gonna have the foot no more. I wouldn't say all the guns, but mainly ones. You can rush a person easier with a sword, said a person who's never run at somebody with a sword. A person who knows how to use a sword, it takes a lot. It takes a lot of people to rush a person with a sword. No, they won't. People won't rush a person with a sword. And how do we know this? Because very rarely do people rush somebody with a gun. And remember, even a trained shooter only has so many bullets before they have to reload. And in that window of reloading, that person has zero offensive capability. Very few of these gunmen are tactical. Very few of these gunmen have their pistol on a front chest holster in case while they're reloading their long rifle, they get charged. You just, what people don't get is you let go. Even people in the military who are trained, they freak out about this. You're empty. And they do this simulated drill so that you can prepare for it. You're empty. You're in the middle of mag reloading and somebody rushes you. More times than not, a person will fumble fuck around trying to reload their long rifle instead of just letting it go because it's on a sling. It gets out of your way. You draw your pistol, which is already readied. You just pull it straight out. Up, out. Up, because you're going to bring your hand up and across, and then right about there, you can start shooting. Depending on, and obviously I don't have one loaded, but right about there, I can shoot from this position. It's not comfortable. 1. Out. Oh, the immediate threat. I've only used 2 rounds. 13. Back. Finish reloading. A gun does make it easier. You're right. And a lot of people, right? You are correct. Guns scare people. Shit, man. You should see kids. You should see kids on the shooting range. There are kids who've joined the military who've never been around who've never been around a gun, and they've never heard a gun. People hear the movies and they're thinking, oh, it's like that. No, man, guns are scary. Guns are scary. The brass hitting, the smell of the gunpowder, the pop, 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 taking getting a piece of hot brass down your shirt. That's always a fun one. You said guns are cool. Jesus would have had many guns. One day we're all going to get what we deserve. Jesus would have had many guns. Jesus would have had a gun. Luke 22:36. He said to them, but now if you have a purse, take it, and also a bag. And if you do not have your sword, sell your cloak and buy one. Jesus would have told people to buy guns. Because Jesus would have told people to defend the faith. Remember, Jesus preached nonviolence, but beat all the merchants in his father's house. I'm just saying. Yeah, at least Feather Sword is honest. And I like a person who says, Feather Sword says, I'm not rushing anyone. I'm getting the family and I'm running. Rush if the way is blocked. That's about it. And here's the big issue with that. If the person has a gun, I know how to get away from a person with a gun. My wife knows how to get away from a person with a gun. And my kids have situational awareness. Not that they could get away from a gunman on their own, but my kids have been taught from the time they've been 2, in an emergency, you shut up. You don't think. You let mom and dad solve the emergency. You let us, the 2 individuals who have been trained by the military, you let us deal with the problem. I think we would see a reduction if we invested heavily into mental health care and institutions to hold those that can't function in society. Magnus, the problem is, while you are correct, and there are a lot of people who cannot function in society, and we do need to set back up a nicer, kinder, friendlier word than asylum. We need to have a place to put the people who cannot function in society, absolutely, positively. However, the majority of the people that fall into the category of gun violence are people that, after the effect, in hindsight is 2020, everybody says, oh yeah, there was always something off about them. But beforehand, if you asked about a person beforehand, they'd be like, oh yeah, Jay is cool. What about when you guys aren't around? When is my child gonna run into a situation at the age they're at where I'm not gonna be around? Guess what's in her school right now? An armed cop. Guess what? That's his job. We have a different breed of cops in our schools than the other school districts. Our cops, our police liaison officers are the ones with kids in the school. And there's a good reason to have your police liaison officers. I'm sorry, I've just been updated. Because of the violence in schools around the country, there are 3 armed cops in my daughter's school. I wasn't aware that they had passed, and I'm just getting the update now. So there's a small town, 3 cops on shift in the middle school. Is it a waste of taxpayer money? Maybe. Am I okay with paying that extra tax? Absolutely. I think churches are going to start needing armed guards. I got bad news for you, Magnus. Armed guards in churches have been a thing for 20 years. Some of these private churches, they have more firepower than the local police department. I was at a church once in northern Illinois. I think I saw 25 armed security. I thought the Pope was showing up or something. I'm going to throw this one on the screen. Going to take a real quick break. But 4 people just got arrested for planning bombings around the U.S. on New Year's. Oh yeah, we arrest people. We're always arresting people that are thinking about doing violence. I will be right back. Okay. Hand in hand with DEI, I'm going to start by saying this. If you believe that reparations should be paid, welcome to being part of the problem. Reparations should not be paid. And here's why. If we are going to now suddenly pay reparations for things that were done years and years and years and years and years before I was ever born. I am an Irish immigrant. My family did not own slaves. I am not going to pay $1. I am not going to pay $1 willingly into reparations. But I am totally cool with getting the reparations discussion off the table. Here's what we're going to do. We are going to give every individual that can prove that their family suffered in slavery, we are going to give them all $650,000. But they have to pay $1 to every death of a white Union soldier. Sound good? Sounds good. So we're going to give you $650,000 in reparations, but you have to pay $650,000 back to the families of all the white people who paid in blood to end slavery. Sounds good? Sounds good. Okay, we can move on from there. This whole discussion about reparations has got to go. Because as soon as we keep having the conversation about reparations, we can't get onto the discussion of, great, how do we fix the actual problem? Sure, let's say we give you $100,000. Let's say we give $100,000 to your family. I'll pay if the race card can no longer be used. Yeah, sure. Fine, great, awesome. I love it. Yes. If we get rid of DEI and affirmative action and we stop talking about over-policing of the black neighborhood, it would be a small price to pay to give them all $100,000, because all it would do is stimulate the economy. Professors, students appealing ruling on Alabama law banning DEI initiatives at public universities. DEI, first and foremost, is racist, and it doesn't work. DEI puts people into jobs that they can't do because we're trying to do this thing where we fix racial inequality. DEI it needs to be looked at for exactly what it is. DEI is a bullshit white apologistic statement. Easy. This is Mittens. He doesn't want to be shown. 13% of the country is black, which means only 13% of the scholarships should go to black kids, right? Only 13.7% of college scholarships should go to black kids because only 13% of the country is black. No? Well, why not? We're just... It should go to the people that deserve it. Oh. So, we shouldn't be looking at the NBA and saying that we need to racially modify the NBA. And I'm just wondering, because 13.9% of the US is black, but 74% of the NBA is black. So what we're going to do is we're going to fire 60% of the NBA. 60% of the 60% of the NBA players all got to be fired because we got to bring in 50. Like that's the problem with saying DEI. A group of students and professors across Alabama are asking appeals court to halt a state law that bans diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives in public schools and prohibits the endorsement of Republican lawmakers dubbed divisive concepts related to race and gender. The Alabama measure is part of a wave of proposals across the country taking aim at DEI programs. The law does not banish all teaching or discussion of these concepts from the campus, for that matter, even from the classroom. To the contrary, it expressly permits classroom instruction that includes discussion of the listed concepts so long as the instruction is given in an objective manner without endorsement of the concepts. We have got to get out of this rut of racism. And racism is racism no matter which way you slice it. If it's racism, it's racism. If it's reverse racism, it's racism. That's all 14% black. I find that hard to believe. Well, believe it or not, it's from the census data. 13.9% of the country is black. It's always been that. It's always been about that way. I don't know. I don't really know how else to share it with you. But yeah. 13.7% of the country reports themselves as black alone. 74.8% report themselves as white, but then of that category, 20% report them as white Latino. So much is racist now, I refuse to trend lightly. I am tired of learning the new politically correct way to say things. You're right. That's why I don't say things politically correctly. That's why I say things. I don't care about kissing ass to grow my brand. I care about talking about the things I want to talk about. Even if I don't have all the right answers, I at least want to put some discussion time on the topic. Look, yeah, inner cities have 90% black populations. I don't want to talk about giving those people $100,000 in slavery reparations because it doesn't fix the problem. What I want to talk about is saying, why is an inner city school? Like, the flaw of school funding is that the poor will always get poor education because of how we fund things. For example, you have federal money, state money, county money, right? And county is local. Even though the county, I don't pay taxes to my municipality. I pay taxes to my county. My county collects the school tax on behalf of my municipality. And so, because you have the county board of education, the regional board of education, you have the state board of education, you have the federal department of education, which thank God they're getting rid of because it's a waste of fucking time. But my school district might be spending $10,000 per student on the high school, where another section in the same county is only spending $7,000 because where the county gets the money. Well, then when they take the state money, what they do is they split the state money out even Steven. What they say is, we have 10,000 kids in school. We have $10,000. So each school district gets $1. And then they do the same thing with the federal money. They even Steven it out so that they say each kid is going to get $1.81. Well, what they need to do with that is they need to stop doing the even split. And what they need to do is they need to say, okay, at the state level, we recognize that the inner city school is funded less than the local school, than the rural school. So instead of giving every school $1 per kid, we're going to give this school $1.50 per kid, and we're going to give this school 50 cents per kid. Because we're going to close the gap. We're going to bridge the gap between the two schools. We're not going to take it all away because we need to give all those schools a portion of the state money, but we're not going to split it $1 for $1. We're going to help bridge the gap on the inner city school. We're also going to take the federal money the same way. We're not going to drop that $1.80. We're going to put $2.10 for every student over here, right? And because we took 30 cents away, over here is going to get 50 per student. And so what we're going to do is we're going to try to give everybody a better education. But let's be honest. We're also talking like we haven't tried to help them. Well, we haven't really tried to help them is the problem. We haven't really tried to help them. We've tried to appear. We've tried to appear as if we're trying to help them. But is changing the poor schools really the problem? No, the problem is you can't hire the best teachers at the poor schools because the poor schools don't have the salary to hire the best teachers. You can't, when you lower the standard for teaching in a state, you get bad teachers. As I told you, yeah, we placate. We do just enough to get people to shut up and go back to work. As I told you, I have in this here wonderful file folder from the basement of all records, Jalan, I have my basic skills test. I took a basic skills test to get my teaching certificate. They discontinued the basic skills test because too many teacher candidates were failing. Good. They shouldn't be teachers then. How are you failing a basic skills test if you're a college graduate? If you have a bachelor, because you have to have a bachelor's degree to teach in the public schools. How are you failing a basic skills test? Yeah, the kids and parents stopped caring about schools because of previous issues, but now the issues can't be solved because the kids and the parents don't care about school. Astro Edge remembers going to a poor high school your freshman year, and your fellow poor students mostly did not care at all about school. We could have doubled the national debt trying to get these kids to care or become as smart as my fellow students senior year at a charter school, and it would not have happened. You're right. Would it be possible to have some good teachers rotating between schools every week just to hold the classes? No. Because the teachers don't want to do that. Yeah, how can you teach something when you can't even pass a test about it? Exactly. When I went to tech school for the military, 2 classes above me, there was a Russian immigrant who had a master's degree in biomedical technology. He was on the outside world, he was a BMO, a biomedical engineer. During one of the classes for a piece of equipment that they were teaching, he got into a discussion with the teacher, and the teacher told him, "You don't know what you're talking about." And what he said was, "I see that book on your desk. Open up the front cover, the fourth name down, that's me." And the teacher opened the book, and 4 names down was the kid. The kid served his country because he was struggling to get his citizenship. So he decided, he wasn't a kid, he was in his late 20s. He decided to join the Air Force because they would help facilitate his citizenship. But he already had the knowledge of being a biomedical engineer, but he couldn't become an officer because he wasn't a civilian. Like, he wasn't a citizen. So he went to enlisted school, got his citizenship, then became an officer. Makes a lot of sense. But it's very, very indicative of the problem we have in the American school system. We have teachers that aren't much smarter than the students teaching them. How do you teach kids you're not more educated than? And I mean that. But they think they're smart. That's That's the problem. It's like I've told you, the couple of run-ins I've had with this different school districts, and now I don't have this problem. I probably will have this problem again because the new set doesn't know who I am. But when I walk into a meeting with a bunch of teachers as a parent, and they look at me and they say, well, what you have to understand about education. So I just put my hand up and I say, do you have your master's? No. Master's? No. Master's? No. Master's? No. Master's? Well, I'm in school to get my master's. So master's? No. Okay, then what the 5 of you need to understand about education is this. And when they give, well, what makes you, because I have my master's in education. So if you were going to use, and again, if you were going to use that, tell me what I don't understand about education, but you're not more educated than me, then I'll tell you what you don't know. Get your ass back to school before you talk down to a parent. Now, the superintendent has their doctorate. I defer to the doctorate. Why? Because that's my mentality. But I've never run into a superintendent who's ever looked me dead ass in the face and said, what you need to understand about education is. Because to be a superintendent, you have to be a cut above. You have to be, there's one superintendent in a school district. There's hundreds of teachers. There's dozens of administrators. There's one head person in charge. You usually get the cream of the crop rising to the superintendent of the school district position. And that person never looks at a parent and says, what you need to understand about education. They look at the parent and they say, I understand your concerns. How do you teach kids that don't want to be taught? Kids want to be taught. Kids, little kids want to be taught. Little kids want to be taught. But because you have bad kindergarten teachers, bad first grade teachers, bad second grade teachers, bad third grade teachers, bad school to parent relationships, you have the kid who doesn't learn. Like, we went to school with a kid. I remember his name. His name was Ryan. He was in kindergarten with us. He was in kindergarten the next year too, when the rest of us went on to first grade. And that was a great motivator. Our teachers all through school used him as the talking point. Hey, you remember your classmate that we retained? We'll do the same to you. You teach them something worthwhile. Fishing, cooking, carpentry, what their parents failed to teach. Yes, exactly. Yes. Do I support the Israeli occupation of Palestine? Yes and no. I do not support Israel's actions as they have taken them because they're indiscriminately killing civilians. I do support the idea that Israel has the right to defend itself from Palestinian aggression, PLO aggression, Hamas, the Houthi rebels, Hezbollah. I understand the Palestinian people in the Middle East are upset because they feel like land that was theirs was taken from them, but they had no legal claim to the land. The Ottoman Empire never made them a sovereign nation. In fact, the Ottoman Empire didn't even put their highest level of ruling government officials in Gaza and in what is Palestine. The English didn't solve the problem. And unfortunately, Israel was given the land that was theirs first. Israel is burning the haystack to find the nail. In fact, Israel is creating more nails by the actions they're taking. So do I believe that Israel has the right to defend itself? Absolutely, I do. Do I think that they have a right to indiscriminately kill people the way that they're doing it? No, I do not. I think there has to be logic to the way you do things, and Israel isn't showing any of that. You don't have them correct homework and tests if they're rotating. No, Salty Bread, the problem is I can't teach you if I don't have continuity of education. So what happens is I teach the Columbus era, and then I teach the colonies era. And then I teach pre-revolutionary America. Then I teach revolutionary America. Well, it's really, really hard as a teacher for me to ensure that you understand revolutionary America if you didn't learn the reasons the colonies existed. What people failed to realize is the American colonies were all of the unwanted in England. The English colonies weren't set up to be a full-fledged extension of England, which is where England went wrong. If England had been smart, England would have sent nobility over to the colonies. In fact, if England had been really smart, the king would have come to the colonies, because he'd already lost the ability to rule as a monarch in England. So if he had been really smart, he would have come over. He would have had like a spot set up, come over here. But if you have if like I teach this block, and then you teach this block, and I teach this block, and you teach this block, well then the kids at the opposite school, right? They learned that from you, this from I, this from you, this from I. And now I don't know where any of my students are in the continuity of education, because I have to trust that the teacher I'm paired with is teaching properly. Unfortunately, when you have a kid who has you have a kid who has 17 absences, and then you fail the kid. The kid has 17 absences in 1 quarter. And then you have the school coming down. Well, you can't fail kids. Yes, I can. The kid does not have the ability to pass the material as required by state standards. But if you fail the kid, it impacts our funding. Then the funding mechanism is what's broken. For example, big problem in the military. In the military, basic training is designed for you to pass. Tech school, or AIT, is designed for you to pass. Your first year of service is designed for you to be successful. When a kid can't pass basic training, very, very rarely do they boot his ass out. They make it nearly impossible to kick somebody out in basic training. This requires 99 units of effort to kick them out. Moving them onto tech school requires 1 unit of effort. It is easier to get them to tech school than it is to kick them out in basic. When they're in tech school, it takes 90 units of effort to kick them out. It takes 10 units of effort to send them to their first base. But then there you are as a squadron officer. You get this kid who's been in the military for 6 months, still can't dress himself. So then you're calling back to the tech school. And here's what's always funny. It's like that scene from Men in Black. What's with the cat? Yeah, the cat's a problem. What's the problem with the cat? You signed for him? It's your problem. Calling back to their tech school and be like, hey, can you talk to me about Airman Snuffy? Yeah, Airman Snuffy was a complete dirtbag. Then why did you guys graduate him? Because the commandant of the school won't accept anything less than 100% graduation rate, because it affects their promotion. So you're telling me you believe this kid shouldn't be in the military? Yeah, we had the guy that dragged his feet. There is, in the military, there is what's known as an ELS, an entry-level separation. As a squadron officer, I can get rid of you in 4 days. And I'm not even joking. I can get rid of you in 4 days. If you don't contest it, I sign an entry-level separation. I document it with the 3 pieces of required documentation, and you don't contest. It's Monday, you're out of the military by Friday. Why does that exist? Let me see what you said. This is meaty. The billionaires and trillionaires are not geniuses. The billionaires and trillionaires are not geniuses. They made AI on a whim and are running out of storage. Mars' atmosphere is instantly deadly. Tesla cannot self-drive on broken roads. This proves they have no vision that aren't stolen. Admiring Tesla doesn't mean you are him. Correct. You're absolutely right. We have innovation. It's kind of like this. I love the idea of electric vehicles. I really do. I love the idea of electric vehicles. I think they're great. I think they are a step in the right direction. However, I'm against the idea that we allowed electric vehicles to be purchased in municipalities whose power grid is run on fossil fuel. Electric vehicles should be illegal in areas that are coal-powered, fossil fuel-powered, natural gas-powered power plants. The only place that electric vehicles should be allowed is places that are on solar, hydro, wind turbines, or nuclear power. Well, that just makes them no better than the alternative. Not only does it not make them any better than the alternative, it makes them worse than the alternative. It makes them worse because we lose so much. We lose so much power in the transmission of power that we run into issues. I had someone dumb as bricks get their lift certificate and they couldn't operate it at all after getting the certificate. I asked how they passed and they said they were given all the answers and just had to ride along. Yeah, and let me tell you, when you have a person that doesn't know what they're doing with a forklift, that is dangerous. That is dangerous to say the least. I had a person take a 10K forklift, not an AT, take a 10K forklift out onto a field site. They took a 10K non-AT forklift out onto a field site, trying to lift a 10K pallet. Now, if you know anything about a forklift, if it's a 10K pallet, you don't lift it with a 10K forklift. You never lift to your maximum weight. So it's a 10K pallet. Now, I don't know if there's 10K on that pallet, but I know the pallet is I just know that I don't take the same number. So first of all, I don't take a non-AT forklift out into a field. Second of all, I don't take I don't take same weight. Well, I get out there. Somehow now it's my problem. The first thing I do when I walk up is I said, "Can I see your forklift license? Can I see your government driver's license?" They hand it to me. They're only rated for an 8K. And I'm like, what in the shit are you doing? What are you doing driving something you're not? Okay, I'm gonna address the kick comment that got modded. If you believe that Israel has the right to defend itself, then the Palestinian people also have the right to defend themselves against the war crimes and international crimes committed by the occupying army over 75 years against the innocent Palestinian people. Let me stop you over there on Kick for a second. Israel wasn't occupying Palestine 2 years ago in October, and I didn't mod your thing. Kick's AI did as hate speech. I don't agree that was hate speech. I didn't mod that. But if you believe that the Palestinian movement, the PLO, Hezbollah, Hamas, and the Houthi rebels have the right to bomb Israel, then your belief is that might makes right. You believe that hate begets solution. I don't believe that. I believe that hate just begets more hate. Violence begets more violence. So when you're a ragtag group of nobodies who don't even spend the money on your aquifer infrastructure, instead you allow one of your two major aquifers to get polluted with sewage because you'd rather build and develop a weapon delivery system, okay? Then what you've done is you've picked a fight with a military that can kick your ass. And that's always a bad idea. Like, for example, when 9/11 happened, the United States contacted the Taliban government of Afghanistan and said, hey, we don't like you anyway. We don't like you, but we've left you alone because up until now, you haven't pissed in our Cheerios. Now, the guy that pissed in our Cheerios is in your country, and we know where he is, and we would like permission to go and get him. We knew where Osama bin Laden was right after 9/11. We knew where he was. We asked Afghanistan, we said, we know where he is, we want to go and get him. They said no, and they told him that we knew where he was. Then he went into the caves. Then we said to Afghanistan, well, that was stupid because we're currently speeding 2 full carrier groups over to your side of the world. And when they get there, Article 4 has already been enacted by NATO. When our guys get there, we're done asking. So we would like you now to go find him and give him to us. And Afghanistan again said, nah, we're not really interested because we're not afraid of you and you can't do anything to us and this, that, the other. And then the day that the carrier groups arrived within maximum strike distance of Afghanistan, they didn't send another warning. They'd already sent 2. They showed up and the Taliban was like, what is happening? Everything is blowing up. And the Navy's like, shit, bitch, we're not even in range of the Tomahawks yet. That's only the appetizers. We're still 6 hours away from Tomahawk range. And what did we do? As soon as we got in range, we had like a 300 target strike package. We showed up, we hit everything. We hit every single target. Yeah, this is just us ringing the doorbell. It's not delivery, it's destruction. Now, to tie that back to Palestine. Palestine wants what it will never have. Okay, Palestine, the Palestinian people have to understand they will never have from the river to the sea. That will never happen. That will never happen. Because in order for that to happen, in order for that to occur, Palestine would have to beat Israel, and Palestine would have to beat the United States. And as we've said, you take all of the other militaries in the world and you stack them up against America. We have the first and second largest air forces in the world. Out of the top 10 air forces in the world, we have 4 of the top 10. We just happen to have number 1 and number 2. It's about, I want the Palestinian people to have a country of their own. They've had 7 opportunities to have a country of their own. And every single time Palestine has said, we don't want a country because Israel exists. Not really a smart play. Even the Irish figured this out. And we're really slow learners. The Irish could not get, their whole country back. So what they decided to do was make a deal for what they could get. And the Palestinian people are just going to have to set that up. How does the USA have number 1 and number 2? Because I'll introduce you to the United States Air Force and the United States Navy. The Navy is a separately operated Air Force that doesn't follow, like, the Air Force is the Air Force and the Navy has all the planes on all the carriers. So, Palestine could prosper, though. Palestine could absolutely. It is said that Israel is planning to occupy other Arab countries under the name of Greater Israel. What do you expect these innocent people to do? Well, first of all, Israel isn't planning on occupying other Arab countries under the name of Greater Israel. That's a lie and that's propaganda. Israel is planning on occupying areas that it originally controlled and is the source of terrorist attacks against their country. This is no different than what Russia did in Afghanistan, what the United States did in Afghanistan, what we did in Iraq, what we will do anywhere we are threatened. The problem is this. If Hamas would surrender, if the leadership of Hamas would surrender, then the war could be over. But the problem is, what we have here is we have the situation where somebody threw a punch and then they don't understand that the person they just sucker punched is a boxer. You didn't know, you went up to the kid who you didn't like in school and you punched him, you sucker punched him, and he turned around, dropped his books, put his fists up, and he's rocking your shit. And the problem is, you put your hands up and you're like, I'm done. And the problem is, I don't need you to tell me when I'm done. I was done because I never started shit. I didn't hit you. You sucker punched me. Now that I'm winning, I don't need your permission to stop. I'm a beat the tar out of you until you drop to the floor. Because then everybody watching knows you went to the floor, and now pride is satisfied, honor is satisfied, everything's satisfied. But it's the person that throws the sucker punch, then gets their shit rocked, that then goes back with 3 friends. It's like, what's wrong with you? Like, if Hamas surrendered, Israel would have no choice but to stop. If the leaders of Hamas surrendered, then the world would step in at that point. But at this point, the world, China could put troops in Gaza. Why doesn't China? It's because China wants to oppose Israel because China wants to oppose the United States. England could put troops. A U.S. ally could decide to put troops in Palestine to send the Israelis home. England, France, Italy, Germany, Australia, Canada, any of those places, if they really cared, would say, hey, you've gone too far. We're going to put a peacekeeping force of 25,000 between you and southern Gaza. And at that point, Israel would stop. Because at that point, somebody will have walked up to them and said, hey, you've gone too far. Give me 1 second. So, the problem is when you turn around and you say, like, people like to spin the propaganda, because what they say is, what do you expect these innocent Arab countries to do? Well, unfortunately, not to put too specific of a point on it, there aren't any innocent Arab countries in regards to where Israel is trying to go. Israel isn't looking at invading Saudi Arabia. And Saudi Arabia is certainly a European country. Israel isn't even looking at invading Yemen, where the Houthi rebels are. Israel is bombing the Houthi rebels because the Houthi rebels are sending rockets into Israel. If everybody would just calm down, if everybody would stop bombing Israel, Israel would lose the effectiveness of the Casus Belli for their bombing. If the Houthi rebels never bombed Israel and Israel just went off the chain and decided to blow up part of Yemen, Yemen would be like, the fuck's your problem? Now, where Israel is out of line is Israel is attacking other sovereign nations in order to kill a person that's involved with Hamas. So, but let me go back to what we were talking about. Syria isn't innocent. Syria is innocent in the same way Israel is innocent, in the same way that Israel isn't innocent. The Syrian people didn't take this action. The Syrian government did. How can we change the reward structure, not just in the military, but everywhere, so that we reward teachers based on passing and failing the right students instead of passing everyone? These people clearly do not care about making the country better or worse. They'll only make it better if the paychecks lead them towards the better decisions. Unfortunately, hold on, I'm trying to do two things at one time. There isn't a really there isn't a really good way to be able to how do you prove if a teacher is effective? Do you do a standardized test? Well, if you give a standardized test, teachers just start to teach to the test. You test their students. The problem is, why? Okay, if we were to institute good testing right now on the American school system, how would we? You can't test the students to measure the effectiveness of the teacher, because first and foremost, the unteachable students need to be identified and taken out of the teacher's numbers. Yes, absolutely. The problem becomes, we cannot save a 6th grader, a 7th grader, a 9th grader, a 12th grader, because as a teacher, you gave me shit to start with, but you expect me to build a masterpiece. How am I supposed to build a masterpiece? How am I supposed to take the shit and build what you want me to with clay? And the answer is I cannot. You have to start with the kindergarten teacher. You have to start with the kindergarten teacher and make sure the kids are passing kindergarten as kindergartners. And it's going to take 13 years to fix the American school system. Record their classrooms. All teachers are now required to wear a body camera. I would never teach in a classroom with non-academic freedom. And a camera imposes on academic freedom because it means I can no longer answer controversial questions from my students, because now as a social studies teacher, a math teacher, an English teacher, a science teacher, you could record those classrooms. Absolutely. Because a math teacher shouldn't be talking about anything other than math. And an English teacher shouldn't be talking about anything other than English. Science teacher shouldn't be talking about anything other than science. Maybe give the science teacher the ability to pause their body cam, their classroom cam, if somebody brings up a political/science question in like transgenderism. Or you just tell the science teacher you don't teach that because it's not in the curriculum. But the social studies teacher, social studies is unique in that you gotta sometimes use modern day examples so the kids can get it. But like I said, the problem is you have shitty teachers. So how are you going to how are you going to have teachers that haven't passed the basic skills test? And if you have teachers that haven't passed the basic skills test, then what can you do at that point? So if I have all the kids saying they don't understand what the teacher is doing, does that matter? Yes. If a teacher teaches a lesson and all the kids are saying, I don't understand what the teacher is doing, then the teacher isn't teaching very well. When you have the tests come out and you have every kid gets a question on a test wrong, then you have a major problem. That means the teacher derped a lesson. However, where the problem comes in is kids will say they understood the lesson, but they can't repeat the information on the test because they have a 15-second attention span. The standardized test in April is a culmination of all the information you learned in August, September, October, November, December, January, February, March, and April. The problem is, in most classes, why are these kids not why are these kids not able to learn? And unfortunately, people don't want to hear that your kid might just not be on the up and up. Your kid might be in need of remedial education. And it's not a it's not a deal breaker if your kid needs remedial education. So how is it not showing if the teacher is doing good or bad? Because how do you know it's my fault that the kids don't know what the hell they're doing? If you give the kids to me for algebra 2 and the kids didn't understand algebra 1, whose problem is it? You've given me a bunch of kids, and now you're trying to evaluate me as a teacher. But I'm being evaluated on how much algebra 2 I teach to kids, but I'm having to reteach algebra 1 concepts. Which is why I've said, unfortunately, there's a lot of people that are beyond saving. There's a lot of people that we need to just recognize, that ain't it, kid. You ain't gonna make it. So, I was always like, we learned this last year, ignorant that others in my class needed the extra help. Yeah, and the problem becomes, you can't, we'd have to scrub all of education. And what I mean by that is, we need to get through this idea that no child left behind means no child gets ahead. You said the truth is that the government's subsidies for half-cooked ideas are just another way to rob us blind while they build bunkers. Well, we're not building any bunkers. Inflation going up by 70% in 2 years is not a coincidence. Well, inflation didn't go up by 70% in 2 years. And this is why when you start talking about politics, if people don't want to deal in the realm of reality, you can't really have a conversation with people who want to be out there in La La Land. We aren't building huge, massive bunkers in America. We're not doing that. Because if we were building huge, massive bunkers take dozens of people to facilitate. You can't keep a secret in America at all. Am I saying Vault Tech isn't real? What the hell? Hello? There should be classes for slower kids, and it's not bad to be in them. Some people just learn slower, but then we were talking about a massive expansion. No, we're not talking about a massive expansion. Okay, what we're talking about is restructuring. So instead of having all of the kids, now I'm going to tell you what my daughter's school district does, which is total bullshit. But what they're doing is they're stat padding. Every single kid is in advanced math. Unless you're one of the really smart kids and you're in honors math. Why are you calling the class everybody is in advanced math? And why are we all of a sudden so against the idea of putting people in the right tracked class? So for example, you have 1,000 kids in a year. Well, a thousand's a lot. Let's say you have 500 kids in junior year, and they're going to be taking Algebra 2 with trig. Well, you're going to have 2 sections of 25 kids each for 50 kids total that are going to be in remedial Algebra 2 with trig. Because these are the kids that don't understand geometry and they don't understand Algebra 1. If you got a C in Algebra 1 and a C in in geometry, chances are you only learned 70-80% of the material. So moving into Algebra 2 with trig, you need to be in a remedial class. Then you're going to have, right? You're going to have 2 classes of 25 kids or 50 kids total that are going to be in honors. And these are going to be the kids that as you start explaining, they're going to be like, come on, let's go. I'm bored. Like, we get it. We get it. It's the Pythagorean theorem. It's quadratic equations. Get on with it. So now you have the remaining 400 kids. Of the remaining 400 kids, about 100 of them are going to be in advanced, and about 300 of them are going to just be in regular old-fashioned Algebra 2 with trig. Boom. Because that's about how society rolls out. You got some winners, some losers, and an awful lot of people right in the middle. But instead, we get caught up on this idea that if we tell kids they're advanced, they'll be advanced. Nonsense. Poppycock. That's not how it works. There should be, everyone is a winner, which means everyone is a loser. Right. Unless you teach people that there is a reason for them to be above and beyond, right? They're not going to want to be above and beyond. You have got to, for example, in the military, we would run for PT. Now, I was a runner. I loved running. I loved running. I ran all the time. I ran 5 to 7 to 10 miles a day. I loved running for several reasons. One of the biggest reasons I loved running is because nobody in my family had the audacity to interfere with my runs. Dad doesn't exist until Dad's been on his run. And people were cool with that. I would go to PT and they had it all ass backwards. The people in good shape would be sent to go run a 10K. And the people in decent shape would be sent to run a 5K. And the people in the worst shape would be sent to run a mile and a half. And I said to the boss once, I said, hey boss, when I take over as the PTL next rotation, we're not going to be doing it this way. And he said, well, how are you going to do it? I said, I'm going to take the people who can barely pass their PT test and they're going to be running 5K. And I'm going to take the people that are mediocre and they're going to be running the 10K. And the people that have passed their PT test with a runtime of 8:30 on their mile and a half, they're going to be told, run a mile and a half and then go do whatever the hell else you want to do for PT, because I don't need to babysit you. If you want to lift today, run a mile and a half and go lift. If you want to run 10 miles today, go run 10 miles. If you want to run a mile and a half and go swim, do that. If you want to run a mile and a half and take the day off, I don't care because you're already passing. We put our efforts into the wrong situations. We need to put our effort into fixing what's actually the problem. And I genuinely mean this to no end. If you don't put, they're called BHAGs. If you've ever, I have a video on this on one of my YouTube channels. There's a difference between SMART goals and BHAGs. BHAGs are big, hairy, auspicious goals. Your BHAG is not a SMART goal. It's not going to be specific, measurable, achievable, realistic, and timely. I want to get down to 8% body fat. That's a BHAG. That's a big pie in the sky goal. I'm going to get down to 8% body fat. Now, let's be honest for a second. I'm a 46-year-old man who carries a lot of extra weight. 8% body fat is never happening. But that's that goal that even though you know you're going to fall short of it, if you get anywhere close, you're going to get results that you're happy with. But your BHAG is, I want to be 8% body fat. Now you take that and you make it your SMART goal. Specific, measurable, attainable, realistic, and timely. SMART goal number 1, I want to figure out what body fat percentage I am. How do I do that? I contact my doctor. I find a place that has a bod pod. I schedule an appointment. I go for my bod pod. I get my reading. That's my first SMART goal. After I get my reading, good Lord, boy, you're 41% body fat. Okay. I want to be 35% body fat by June of next year. Good top line SMART goal. Specific, I want to lose 6% body fat. Measurable, it's body fat. Achievable, 6% body fat when you're dropping from 41 in 6 months is absolutely achievable, and it's realistic and timely. You've set a time frame for it. Why is it teachers have to keep you in class the whole year? If there's 181 school days and there's 181 things to learn, why does the teacher feel it necessary for you to be getting educated on a train to nowhere with no front light and you have no idea what's coming up? If you have a class of rock star students who can burn them through the material, and then at the end of the look, guys, we're done with junior year algebra 2 with trig. I got a couple of things I can do. What I can do is I can teach you guys how to do taxes. I can teach you guys about investing. I can teach you guys the difference between a Roth IRA and an IRA and a 401k. Or you guys can turn this into a supplemental study hall. Or if you want to learn stuff from me, move to the front seats. And if you want to use this as study hall, move to the back seats. And by the way, if you're in study hall for this class only, bring headphones with you. You have my permission to bring an iPod or your phone and listen to music because I'm done with you. And then the school should be like, oh, Mr. J in his 3rd hour math class, they tore it up like gangbusters. But instead, you get to a point and you're throttling all the students. And then you wonder why people don't have a decent quality education. And they don't have a decent quality education because they're learning from a person who couldn't pass a basic skills test. And I think that is a tragedy. I think it is absolutely terrible that we know for a fact that that we know we're failing our kids. We know we are failing our kids. But you know what pisses me off more than anything else? That we know we're failing our kids. The parents know the school is failing their kids. And the parents' first response is to turn around and to blame the school. Well, run for school board then. If you're not willing to go to the school and sign up, find out when the elections are and run for the school board to make the school board better, then figure out what your actual problem is. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not trying to be a jerk. I'm not trying to be an ass, but I read more professional development stuff as a person who never has to improve myself again than some of you do, and you're at the beginning of your careers. And that's not some sort of weird flex. That is I constantly am reviewing, and this is my books list. I have a whole section on my website called Professional Development Book Recommendations. Any one of these books is going to help you. Like this book right here, The Subtle Art of Not Giving a Fuck by Mark Manson. That book is amazing. Somebody in the channel recommended it to me once, and it's absolutely amazing because it is a huge self-check on yourself. Yeah, it was you. Grumpy Old Man recommended it to me. I read it. It came. That book is a page turner. Yeah, it was you. It snapped into my brain. It was you. You recommended it. That book. It's like, what is the thing we don't tell people when they're growing up? We tell people, don't make waves. Don't rock the boat. Let's look at this. I'm going to throw this into the chats and then I'm going to take a quick break. I drink a lot of tea on the show. This right here is hilarious to me. Ukraine says it struck Russian submarines in the Black Sea with underwater drones. I thought you were supposed to be negotiating a peace treaty with Russia. I thought we were supposed to be working towards peace. What happened to that? Ukraine's domestic security service, the SBU, said Monday that it struck a Russian submarine in the Black Sea port, causing critical damage to the vessel and effectively disabling it. Did I see that they're dropping the NATO bid? I did not, but oh, you had to pop off. Nice. Which used underwater subsea baby drones, was the first attack of its kind. As a result, the submarine suffered critical damage and was effectively put out of action. The Kilo-class submarine is used to launch Kalibr cruise missiles, firing up to 4 at a time, and now they will have lost that capability. The agency added the submarine is known as a black hole because of the hull's ability to absorb sound and remain undetected. It costs $400 million, and due to international sanctions, building a similar sub could now cost up to $500 million. The SBU said the vessel had been forced to remain in the port due to past successes of Ukraine's sea drones, which forced Moscow to move many of its ships and submarines from Sevastopol into the occupied Crimea Peninsula. The attack Monday came amid a sustained bout of diplomacy to end Russia's war. It was announced soon after the conclusion of a second day of talks between the U.S. and Ukrainian delegates. This is really the basis for security guarantees, but the question is, who will carry out the monitoring? What sanctions will be applied if the monitoring missions are disrupted? It was Russia's. Here's the problem with everybody's plan for like, this is why Donald Trump is the worst president we could have at this time. And the reason why he's the worst president that we could have at this time is simply because he wants to stop a war and reward Russia for stopping an offensive war. You don't reward the bully. You don't reward the bully. And if you do, what's to stop the bully from getting 3 years of peace and then starting war again? Yeah, the good, yes, let's do that again. It's like, it doesn't take a lot of reading. It doesn't matter who you read. Look at the Roman Empire. What the Roman Empire used to do. Oh, we're going to go this far and no farther. Why? Because we'll go this far, say we'll go no farther, and that way we can take the months and the years it takes to rebuild the legions. And then one day, yeah, like Obama with Crimea or with Georgia. Then again, a bunch of people in the United States thought when Russia seized Georgia, they thought it was the southern state, which was mind-boggling. We have got to come to the realization that sometimes you gotta just let people box it out. Trump just threw away all the cards before the negotiations even began. Trump shouldn't be in these negotiations at all. Trump shouldn't be in these negotiations. This doesn't impact the United States. Look, if they want to buy weapons, sell them weapons. If they don't have the money to buy weapons, cash and carry, then simply say to your European allies, yeah, you specifically remember having to tell... I had to tell military members Georgia was a country. no way Russia makes any headway here. You'd have the rest of the country having to come down here to clean up all the beer cans and shotgun shells. Right, that's the on-running joke. But like, what people don't understand is that if any country tried to invade the United States, if you tried to invade California, you'd have the Bloods and the Crips putting their shit to the side just to break out the big hardware that they have and finally get a chance to use it. 50 months, that's almost a whole year. It wouldn't get that far. No, if it did get that far, then you'd have the U.S. military would have to wait to get their turn. The U.S. military would be lining up just outside of the engagement zone in California, and the president would be like, "Why hasn't the army gone in?" And the general leading the field would be like, "We'll get there, sir, but the gangbangers of California are all on the coast. Like, they're handling business." Like, Russia can't even beat... Russia's not... Okay, Russia can't beat the Ukraine. Russia got... In order for... If the United States would stay out of it, Ukraine has no reason to sue for peace while they're going to lose as much territory as they're going to lose. If the United States, under Donald Trump the first time, hadn't delayed aid shipments that we were supposed to send, we would not have been in the situation that we are, because Russia would have never made it into the Ukraine. Ukraine is legit in the situation that is all or nothing is the best outcome now. You're right. Ukraine is in the situation that it is all or nothing, because if they lose the territory that they're slated to lose to Russia, then they lose so much of their grain that I don't know if they'll have a functional national economy again. But we're in a situation... I'm going to show this last one because the show got away from us, but Head Start centers to avoid disability women and more in funding requests. Some Head Start early childhood programs are being told by the federal government to remove a list of nearly 200 words and phrases from their funding applications or they could be denied. That's according to a recently submitted court document. Accessible, belong, black, disability, female, minority, trauma, tribal, and women. Ukraine can't win, though. They can just prolong the war forever. Well, Ukraine can win because, remember, a defensive army wins by attrition. The defensive army wins by not giving up. And remember, the more times Ukraine strikes inside of Russia, disrupting the power grid, disrupting civilian airlines, the Russian people eventually will want peace. No, Russia can't attack them forever because Russia can't buy on the open market what they need to replace what they're building. Ukraine doesn't have sanctions. So the Ukraine, if it wants to buy drone parts, can buy drone parts. Well, right now, Russia can only get parts from Libya, Iran, China, and it's kind of easy to stop some of that from getting there. Yeah, every year, North Korea, thank you. Every year Russia spends in Ukraine is another year that the rest of Europe is rearming as well. Like, you notice that after Poland pretty much told Russia, go fuck yourself, we're getting ready to enter the war, has there been any more shenanigans involving Poland? And there was some small thing recently. Was there? I didn't see the small thing, but then again, I've been indulging in pain medication because this isn't working. Every year that Russia spends in the Ukraine gives Poland another 20 F-16s or F-35s. And then Russia, Turkey intercepted drones today as well. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. I like Poland. Hopefully that thing where they get run over doesn't happen again. Poland ain't getting rolled over by anybody. Yeah, Poland coming in and saying Russia was part of Poland a long time ago. We're going to repatriate that land. Right. I don't know if you're familiar with everything that Poland bought from the United States. Yeah, we're selling F-35s to Poland. Poland is armed to the teeth now. Poland has 32 F-35s plus the sustainment agreements. They have 116 M1A1 tanks, and they have 250 M1A2 tanks that are coming. They have 96 Apache helicopters, and I believe they have the ground component for the Apache helicopter as well. I believe they bought the entire 3-piece weapons system on the Apache. They bought the PAC-3 Patriot Surface-to-Air Missile System, and they bought the HIMARS, the High Mobility Artillery Rocket System. They bought Javelin anti-tank missiles, AIM-120 air-to-air missiles for their F-35 fleet, GBU-39Bs for the F-35s and the F-16s. And they bought can I say that? Yeah, I can say that. There is discussion of them being sold the Stryker armored vehicle so that they could move their troops around. So yeah. Is that a lot? Yes, that's a lot. That's a fucking lot. An Apache can take out 8 tanks with Hellfires. It can take out another approximately 4 to 6 with its smaller rockets, depending on what it's hitting. It can, if they bought the entire Apache weapons system, they can link in to an almost infinite number of Hellfires being able to be fired from the ground. If they bought the whole weapons system, the Apache weapons system functions really, really well for Europe. The Apache functions really, really nicely in Europe's climate. It does not function really, really well in the desert. The public manual, 17 minutes to do a hot reload on an Apache from Winchester. Remember though, if the Apache is linked into the ground firing system, it only has to fire one of its Hellfires when indirect fire isn't capable. Otherwise, as long as it's linked into 2 ground systems, it just alternates between which ground system it's firing from. Our allies are allowed to have complete Apache systems. Nobody is allowed to have the F-22. What's to stop other places teaming up with Russia and attacking the US? 11 aircraft carriers. That's the honest to God answer. If you take our military and you take the rest of the world, we win and we don't even break a sweat. Remember, each aircraft carrier projects more force than most countries can put together. The only country not overwhelmed by a US aircraft carrier a single aircraft carrier is Great Britain. There is no other country that a single aircraft carrier doesn't overwhelm them. China, in about 3 years, will, it would take more than a single aircraft carrier. Now, China is unique in that a single aircraft carrier stops China from being able to project force. What about nukes and stuff, though? Okay. Mutually assured destruction doctrine is that, yeah, you could align the rest of the world and start firing nukes at the US. But each one of our nukes, first of all, we have enough nuclear weapons on undetectable submarines to level the world. Just so everybody knows that, there is never a time where we don't have enough nuclear submarines at sea to assure the destruction of the world. We have 70 publicly known about nuclear capable attack submarines. The key word is known about. Not to mention that we can put nukes on almost all of our naval vessels. We can put what's known as specials on the naval vessels. And I'm not going to get into what naval vessels can and cannot carry nukes. All I'm saying is they're called specials. They're nuclear warheads. And that's not including the amount of nuclear silos that the US has, and not including, as long as we can scramble the fleet, we can drop nukes out of Air Force bombers. Now, the Air Force via aircraft can't deliver as many nukes as the Navy can, but that's not our role. We deliver nukes via the B-2 bomber, and we deliver big ones, but we only have X number of B-2 bombers. But the Air Force and the Navy, it would treat, if it was going down and the signal was given to eliminate the planet, the Air Force and the Navy will be like, about that time, chap. Cheerio. That's why nobody's gonna fuck with nukes. Nor is including non-nuclear payloads like the Moab. Well, right. Conventional ballistic weapons. Yeah, we have nukes in Turkey. Yeah. And yeah. And that's the trick. Our naval groups can destroy countries, not just cities. We can destroy countries with just the firepower of one carrier group. And we have 11. Yeah. We have 11 of them. The rest of the world doesn't have 11 of what we have. North Korea doesn't have intercontinental ballistic missiles. North Korea has, technically we have 12. 11 in active service. Yeah, we have specifically stated that there are no nukes in Turkey. Yeah. If I remember correctly, reading the logistics manual, though, when they're dry docking a carrier, the carrier is never more than a couple of days from being able to come out of dry dock. We're not doing that shit anymore with our carriers where they're down and not launchable for months. We keep them in a pretty much ready to fight state. Like, they're down for 3 days while we do this retrofit, but we're not doing this. We're not doing the Roosevelt will be down for 6 months shit anymore. The Secretary of the Navy is like, the fuck you will. That bad boy better be able to roll in 3 days. It may drift left the whole time, but yeah. Is it as long as 3 to 6 weeks? Yeah, that's still relatively comparatively short. All things considered, that's relatively short in the long run, considering, you know, it takes years to fabricate them the first time. But somebody on Kick brought up a couple of times the Israeli-Palestine thing. I'll take this question real quick. How is this shit in Venezuela playing out? Okay. If you're a Trump supporter, I'm sorry I'm about to offend you, but Donald Trump needs to be impeached. He needs to be impeached for war crimes because we have no legal right to seize an oil tanker flagged by another nation. We have zero right to do that. Legal authority to do that. Moral authority to do that. I want to live in a world. I thought we were immune to war crimes. We are immune to war crimes. We can't be prosecuted at The Hague for war crimes. That is the whole thing. We can't be prosecuted at The Hague for war crimes. We never signed the agreement. We never signed our military members into the jurisdiction of The Hague. But the president is conducting war operations without a declaration of war from Congress. That is radically different than the War Powers Act, because an oil tanker is not an immediate threat to the U.S. sovereignty. And he could be impeached for war crimes, domestic war crimes, violations of the Constitution. I didn't serve 15 years in the military in the Department of Defense to have a jackass become the Secretary of War. If you wanted to change the definition of the Department of Defense, you should have called it the Department of Peace. Peace through superior firepower. As long, like, when you're being confrontational, you spawn people to be confrontational. Now, I like people to be confrontational because World Healer, I like that username. I like to provoke people so they become confrontational because they're easier to defeat or they're harder to beat, one or the other, when you make them confrontational. Because you really get to see if somebody's lukewarm about it or if they're scalding hot about it. When you make them angry, if they become laser focused, this is a big deal for them. If they become mushmouth, then it's not a big deal for them. They were arguing for the sake of arguing. I don't want to argue with people for the sake of arguing. I want to argue with people to reach an end game, to reach a goal, to reach resolution. I want there to be peace in Palestine because I want to leave my daughters a world that's peace. I want to leave my granddaughters a world that there's peace. I want there to be peace in the Ukraine. I want there to be peace in Korea, right? And unfortunately for some people don't understand that peace has one antithesis, and that's not war. That's Armageddon. Why doesn't Palestine just take the Japan route and prosper without a military? Well, because unfortunately, a lot of the Palestinians are radicalized because in the last 2 years, they've lost family members. There is no way to bring justice to the hearts and minds of the Palestinians who've lost children. 70,000 kids have been killed or wounded or starved due to Israeli actions. I'll tell you, if your actions caused the death of one of my daughters or one of my granddaughters, I would be your enemy forever. I would be Rick Grimes from The Walking Dead. You can take my hands. It doesn't matter. You're already dead. You just don't know it yet. You could take my hands. I'll figure out a way to beat you. You hurt my kid. You hurt my grandkids. I'll figure out a way to beat you. Make me a cripple. Make me blind. I will figure out a way through sheer determination. If anything, they need a military just to keep out Israeli settlers. Why? Hold on a second. That's a bullshit statement. How many Israeli settlers were going on in the years between Israel's withdrawal from the area and Hamas killing 1,200 people in Israel? It wasn't like there was a lot of Israeli encroachment for over a decade. In fact, Israel withdrew all of its people using their military. Israel used their military to move their settlers back into what was now going to be defined as Israel. None of this would be happening if Hamas didn't sanction a terrorist attack against Israel. You took fucking hostages. If you hadn't taken hostages, and if it was a rogue element, a rogue arm of Hamas, then you say to Israel, give me 48 hours. I'm going to go get all these hostages. I'm going to bring them back. I'm going to bring you the perpetrators of this crime, and you can have them. And in fact, let's do the trial together. Because I don't want this. I don't want this nonsense happening. Again, look at Ireland. Ireland decided to finally end the war. Not the war that ended in the early 1900s, but in the late 90s, the IRA finally decided to stand down because they knew they were never going to get back those 6 northern counties. The IRA became the ruling government of Ireland. And then there were still some assholes that said the war lasts forever. And what'd the IRA do? That was now the ruling government. The fuck did you do? Here, England. Why? Because I'm not going to have one jackass set off a bus bomb and put us back at war with England. Here you go. Here's this bombing terrorist jackass. And that bombing terrorist jackass is looking back at the IRA and saying, but you guys used to be bombers. And they said, used to be. Now it's time to get on with governing. Yeah, we said no more fighting. What you need is, what both countries need is they need a rip from Yellowstone. Both Palestine, and there needs to be a Palestine, and there needs to be a guy like this in Israel, where anytime anybody wants to fight, Rip just walks up to him, beats the shit out of him, says, you want to fight somebody? You come fight me. I'll fight you all day. You ain't gonna go in there and start no problem. But until they do that, we're just gonna have problems. We're just gonna have more and more problems. It's a state of the world. You can't make the world a better place if you think, like, the Palestinians have to understand. The rest of the world is kind of launching, kind of looking and watching Israel. And some people, I'm not saying it's right, but some people are asking the question, when is Israel just going to go the whole 9 yards and just kill all the Palestinians? You've already got them pressed up against the border wall to Egypt. When are you just going to kill them all? Because if you can't find a way to bring your people to peace, then the only way for the other guy to have peace is for you to not exist. Kill them all. Then go to the UN and say, we're now done with our military operation in what was known as the Gaza area. By the way, since there's no indigenous people left there anymore, now we're going to take it all. Now it's ours. Who's going to stop them at that point? Be like, this land was divided between the Palestinians and the Jews. There are no more Palestinians. This is all ours. Can we make it so Palestine can't have a military, but they're protected like Japan? Well, then they start on the West Bank. Well, and then unfortunately, you're right. And then they start on the West Bank. Except Hezbollah has been acting a clown as well. So let's not make it Jew versus Muslim. Let's make it the United States. If Canada started fucking with the United States, we would go fight Canada. And then if Mexico started fucking with us, we'd fight Mexico too. Yeah. If like, nobody questions the idea that if Canada started fucking with us and came across the border and killed 1,200 citizens in New York, that the United States would fucking destroy Canada. And then if Mexico started, we'd slap them too. We've been at, yeah, twice. Right, there would be no Canada. There would be no Mexico. So why is it people have a different viewpoint about Israel? I'm not saying Israel is morally right. Israel is morally bankrupt. The leadership of Israel is morally bankrupt for what they're doing. But even now, there are movements to get Palestine recognized, and Palestinian people are still saying no. Despite all of this, despite all the persecution, despite all the death, we still don't want a country of our own if we don't have Jerusalem, if we don't have the river, from the river to the sea. I'm literally telling you, you're never going to have that. You need to move off of that position. They don't want to move off that position. Okay, well, by tomorrow, 5,000 more people are going to die. And 5,000 people are going to die every single day until you move off this position. It's been 2 years. You don't even have homes. You don't want to, like, literally, the UN is like, work with us. There's been 7 attempts to give you a country. You've never wanted any of them. The closest you got was like the 82% solution. Do you think Palestine would elect another terrorist group? Let me ask you this, and then I got to get out of here. Who the hell is left in Palestine, in the Gaza Strip, to elect other than radicalized Muslims who've lost family to Israel? The issue is that Israel is in constant defensive conflict when they are creating more combatants through their own actions. Israel causes death in another country, creates radicals there. Now radicals are attacking from that country. Israel attacks those radicals, and the cycle repeats. It's been much longer than 2 years that the settlers have been annexing the West Bank. No, they haven't. No, they haven't. No, they haven't. Show me documentation. Show me documentation where Israel was annexing the West Bank and how that has anything to do with the Gaza Strip. I just don't want documentation about the West Bank. I want the documentation about how the West Bank has anything to do with Gaza. There was peace between Gaza and Israel up until 2 years ago in October. There was peace. Although it was a weird kind of peace, because it was a peace with Hamas still firing rockets at Israel. But since they never got through, there was peace. That's not my point. I told you to provide me documentation. And I see you're not even interested in having a conversation. What I said is, show me documentation that anything happening in the West Bank has to do with the Gaza Strip. The current fiasco with Israel is Gaza, not the West Bank. So you're trying to talk about the West Bank, and the West Bank is irrelevant right now. The West Bank only has Israeli occupation right now because Hezbollah fired rockets at Israel, and Israel's already on a wartime footing, and they said, the hell with that. We ain't getting bombed by you no more. They were like, our shit was with, if you notice and look at the history, Israel went to war with Gaza. They didn't launch preemptive strikes against the Houthis or Hezbollah. They went to go get Hamas, who masterminded the October attacks. And what did Hezbollah do? Bombed Israel. Hezbollah's Lebanon, West Bank. Hold on. Oh, you're right. It's Hamas is in the West Bank and the Palestinian Islamic Jihad, the PIJ, is in the West Bank. You're right. Hezbollah is up in Lebanon. And by the way, you kept saying that Israel was attempting to annex the West Bank. I had to look up the actual name of the accords. Israel stopped their push towards the West Bank back in 2020, 2 years before Hamas attacked Israel. The Israeli government hasn't been working on a West Bank discussion since 2020. So your point of it's been going on, it wasn't going on. There was relatively stable peace in that region of the world until 2 years ago. Because I'm looking through, because there's a ton of proposals, and yeah, the Abraham Accords in 2020. There was no formal legal annexation of the West Bank. There was debate and political proposal continued inside Israel, but they weren't taking any action on it. So, yeah, not really a relevant point. Yeah, that doesn't mean right-wing Israelis weren't settling in defiance of Israeli government, but yes, officially not sanctioned by Israel. Right. Settlers are not a government organization. They're just extremists from Israel backed by radicals within a government. Okay, then your own statement is you can't blame Israel. You can't blame Israel for what independent people do. Gather them up, send them back across the border. I mean, there's no other way to say that. Gather them up, put them back across the border. Maybe, just maybe, it'd be easy to get the world to step in if you didn't have a bunch of terrorist organizations running around. If you didn't have Hezbollah funding the West Bank Palestinian Islamic Jihad. If you didn't have Hamas operating in the West Bank fucking with Israel. I mean, I'm saying this, if you can't say the other guy is wrong, unless the IDF helps defend and enforce the settlers, which they didn't do, so stop saying what if they did, because we know historically they didn't. So what's your argument? Unless the IDF helps defend and enforce the settlers, which they weren't doing. Why doesn't Russia and Ukraine just join together but be like separate states? Because they were together and under the USSR. And Ukraine broke away. They did, buddy. I've been watching it happen for over a decade. They didn't, buddy, because if they did, give me one piece of empirical data that shows it. They didn't. And I'm not your buddy. I'm not buddies with people who spin falsities to establish a narrative. They were doing it before a decade ago. Absolutely. Not going to dispute that. Before a decade ago, they were doing that. But you said it was happening in part and parcel because what was happening in Gaza. Okay, one sec. I'm just trying to be friendly. Be friendly or be unfriendly. But what you haven't done yet is given me one piece of empirical data I can look at. I don't want your opinion. Your opinion doesn't change my opinion. You need to give me a fact to change my opinion. There has not been any IDF use of force in the West Bank since before 2020. If there has been, right, then give me something that says the IDF specifically Right. The IDF was given the authority to arrest violent settlers and bring them back out of the West Bank. The IDF went into the West Bank to take out their settlers. Unless you have something I can look at that documents that the IDF was there block by block taking land, then what you're doing is you're saying Israel was settling the land and the IDF in Israel wasn't doing anything about it, and the IDF was there to stop the West Bank from the PLO from moving those people out. Well, then I'm gonna need to see some empirical data that proves that point. Yeah, 2025, even the Israeli Defense Forces have been the target of settler violence. So this is where I say quite often, it's okay if you think something happened. But what's not okay is when you get asked for empirical data to then dodge the question. This is the region, as you asked for. So Jerusalem is half in the West Bank, half in Israel. Jerusalem was split in two when the West Bank was formed. But now, see, what you notice is people are really, really quick to say this is happening. But they're really, really slow to ever be able to have like anything empirical. Yes, that is now. That is 2025. That is 2025. That is happening now because Israel has had enough of all of their neighbors that they've tried to live in peace with. I'm not saying it's not happening in 2025. It absolutely is. It's absolutely happening now. And I understand Israel's position. I don't agree with it, but I understand it. Look, if we've been bombed by the Gaza Strip, we're just going to get rid of the Gazans. If we've been bombed by the people in the West Bank, we're just going to take back portions of the West Bank so that we can have security. If we have problems with Libya, Syria, different parts of the world that are housing Hamas leadership, we're going to blow those leaders up, even if it ruffles feathers of some of these countries. I don't agree with Israel's methodology. However, if a country is housing a terrorist leader and you ask for that terrorist leader, now, unfortunately, with Hamas being the legitimate government of the Gaza area, I don't want to call it Palestine because it's not a Palestine. As I did the video on my YouTube channel, it's recognized by countries as a country, but it's not recognized by the UN. And apparently one day we decided that unless the UN recognizes you, you don't get recognized, which I think is total bullshit. I also think that we need to redo the UN and have a UN Security Council veto override by 4/5 of the General Assembly. I think if 80% of the General Assembly wants to do something, they should be able to override the veto. Period. But you'll notice that somebody came in hot and heavy about what I was saying. And my response is, show me something from the years that are relevant, 2020 to 2023, where that behavior was going on. And if it's there, I'm more than happy to look at it. You'll find it after October 2023 that Israel has started infringing upon the West Bank. Absolutely, no doubt. They didn't do it right away. They did it after Israel was being bombed and things were happening. They're like, well, fuck it. If we can't have peace with the West Bank and we can't have peace with Gaza, then we might as well take back some of the territory because we need room to expand. They're the Centauri from Babylon 5. We're going to expand in all directions. I don't agree with that, but I understand it. I understand it. Look, I have an army on both of my borders that can attack me at any time. That spreads me too thin. Time to get rid of one of the armies on one of my borders. Again, I would have a radically different view and opinion if Palestine had never been offered a country. So why would it... That's great that you think that that's actually going to work. Report of Independent International Commission of Inquiry on the Occupied Palestinian Territory, including East Jerusalem and Israel. I'm so glad that you came up with... Now, can you tell me which page? Because this is a 28-page document. Can you narrow this down a little bit? I got the link. I have it. But what's funny about that is, you had to get it through all sorts of, yeah, there's no way you read all of this because you had to give a search. Page 8. You had to give the search results. So you spent all that time. Under the Oslo Accords, okay, let's... Hold on. Page 8. Under the Oslo Accords, the West Bank was divided into 3 areas, A, B, and C, excluding East Jerusalem and the Gaza Strip. Over 60% of the West Bank was designated as C, where Israel retains near exclusive control. While not replacing obligations under international law, the Accords assigned the Palestinian Authority civil and security jurisdiction over Area A and civil control over B. Okay. In light of the current negotiations on the future of Judea and Samaria, it will now become necessary for us to conduct a race against time. During this period, everything will be mainly determined by the facts that we established in these territory, unless by any other consideration. This is therefore the best time for launching an extensive and comprehensive settlement momentum. Okay. What's your point? From the beginning of the occupation, Israel has established or facilitated the establishment of hundreds of civilian settlements in the occupied Palestinian Authority. You mean in disputed area? Like, that's my question for you. While all Israeli settlements are considered illegal under international law, Israel makes a distinction between authorized settlements and unauthorized outposts, which it considers illegal. Yeah, guess what? Israel thinks they're right. You're the thing that you came in with that you later had to go quote diving for is that the best you came up with is Israel occupying what Israel believes is their territory. Where is this wholesale occupation that you're making it out to be? Your own report literally says it's divided into 3 areas and Israel is colonizing the disputed regions. What do you think the word disputed means for Judea and Samaria? We believe we have the right to be there. You believe you have the right to be there. I'm not on land that somebody else has told me is yours. I'm on land that is disputed. So now you've lost me. The 2017 regularization law applies to settlements built on private Palestinian land or without prior authorization before the law came into effect. The Supreme Court of Israel annulled the law on the grounds that it infringed rights codified in basic law, human dignity, and liberty, and it would result in the expropriation of private Palestinian land and transfer the ownership to the land of the land to settlers. The court, however, decided that outposts built on private Palestinian land could be authorized if they had established in good faith. The Supreme Court determined that the outpost need not be evacuated because the private land met the good faith test and the market regulations applied to outposts. What am I saying it's right? No. But your argument is that Israel is just wholesale settling the West Bank, but they're settling it along the lines of A, we dispute this, and B, we're doing good faith analysis. Now, I don't agree with it, but they're going through due diligence with it. I think you missed this as well. The Israeli security forces issued a statement declaring such actions illegal and deployed significant military and civilian police forces. However, despite announcing their plans in advance, settlers were allowed to access to the locations, erected temporary structures, and were only later removed by security forces. So let me get this straight. You didn't read the document you sent me, and I'm seeing it blind for the first time. And in just a matter of minutes, I'm able to find that your own document proves my point that in the era that we're talking about, which this era is 2001 to 2022, which is a really long era, but Israel's own security forces were removing the people that were there illegally. So exactly at this point, what more did you want Israel to do to its own people? Israel sent their security forces in, which I said they did. They removed them, which this report, your report, shows they did. What'd you want Israel to do? Line these people up in the street and shoot them in the back of the head? Removed